In line with legal requirements, this meeting is being held face-to-face, but members can join online. Only the unitary councillors present that are taking the decisions at this meeting. Officers in attendance are there to provide advice to us as a council. The agenda and papers have been published on the council's website in advance of the meeting. The meeting will be webcast, as you can see, and the council will be making an audio recording of the meeting, and this will be published on the council's website in due course. There are no planned fire drills this afternoon, and in the event of a fire alarm, please follow the fire exit signs and congregate in the car park. If anybody present might need assistance in exiting the building, then please let one of the Democratic Services teams know. If members in the room wish to speak, please raise your hand and the monitoring officer and unitary solicitor will note your name. And when it comes to your turn, please use the microphone on the desk in front of you. For members joining the meeting virtually, please raise the hand on the hand facility online. Please only speak when invited to address the council, and please, if possible, say your name and role before speaking. I have been asked to encourage members in the room not to join the Teams call, if they wouldn't mind, on their devices, as it does affect the Wi-Fi bandwidth in the room. So if I can ask members for that, I'd be grateful. All page numbers referenced in this schedule refer to the agenda and reports pack published on the 12th of December. Okay, item number 1, we're going to apologies for absence, and I'm going to hand over to David, the monitoring officer. David, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Today, bear with me, we have quite a long list. So apologies from Councillor Simon Carswell, Councillor Sarah Dyke, Councillor Andy Govier, Councillor Susanna Hart, Councillor Benty Height, Councillor Tim Kerley, Councillor Christine Lawrence, Councillor Oliver Patrick, Councillor Lance Duddridge, Councillor Andy Kendall, Councillor Tony Robbins, Councillor Joe Slocum, Councillor Fran Smith, Councillor Jenny Snell, Councillor Alex Wiltshire, Councillor Val Keach, Councillor Surya Ajua, Councillor Tom Power, Councillor Lucy Trimnell, Councillor Stephen Pugsley, Councillor Matt Martin, and as you've said, Chair, Councillor Mike Best. Councillor Adam Boyden will be arriving late.
Thank you. I've got, yes, come on in, Matt. Oh, great. Thank you, Matt. John.
I didn't hear Emily Pearlstone's name mentioned, but I may have missed it. She sends her apologies. Her father's ill in hospital at the moment.
We'll add that one, John. Thank you very much indeed. Mark.
Councillor Shane Collins, please.
Thank you, Martin. We'll add that one. Thank you. Lovely. Any others, please, members? Nope. Okay, thank you. Agenda item 2, then, moving on, is the minutes of the previous meeting. They're in your pack. Can I just have, to confirm the accuracy, a proposer and seconder to move those forward, please? Liz, thank you to propose. Thank you, Mandy. Second.
A question.
Oh, you had a question. Sorry. Let's come on in then, Mandy.
Thank you. It's just a question around proposer of one of the papers was Jane Locke. My understanding was that you had to be a councillor to propose a recommendation. So I'm just wondering, because that wasn't a valid motion. So that's the question.
Okay, let's just let Lee in a second, Mandy. We'll come back to that. Thank you. You're absolutely right.
Actually, from recollection, I think I proposed it as vice chair of corporate parent board.
Okay, if councillors are happy, we'll take that as an amendment to the minutes then, and we'll say that Lee proposed that motion, Mandy. Thank you.
I think the recollection is that Tessa Muntz was the seconder.
Thank you, Bill. So Lee proposed and Tessa seconded. So we'll make that amendment. Thank you very much indeed. Other than that, are we happy to move the minutes? The proposal we had was Liz. Anybody would like to second that, please? Thank you, Ros. Everybody else in agreement? Lovely. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, item number 3. as declarations of interest. I'm going to pass to our legal representative, Jill, to tell us if there's any declarations of interest. Jill.
I've not received any additional declarations of interest to the declarations that members make in respect to their membership of parish, town and city councils.
Thank you, Jill. We have some hands up. David.
It's a point of clarification, really. We have an item on the agenda, item 7, which I think is 7, yes, which relates to the ownership of second homes. I think there's a number of members who will own second homes, and therefore should they disclose those interests before they get there, or should they leave the room during the debate?
Thank you, David. Good question. Some advice.
And I think the declarations of interest is for land within the council area. So if your second home is within Somerset council area, then yes, that'd be a relevant declaration to make and should already be on your declaration of interest form as a land holding. If it's out width of Somerset council, then it's not a charge that's being applied by this council or an approach that's been applied by this council to that second home. Yeah, as a result of that, you'd be no worsely affected than any other member of the public by the council that the decision that this council would ultimately take.
So just for clarity, because it will affect a lot of people, well, not a lot of people, a few people, emphasize not myself, but with the second property, do they need to disclose that now? Or on the item?
Yeah. So if it's already on your declaration of interest, then there's no need to repeat that. So you've already made that declaration.
I think what we're saying, what David's saying, is that if we've filled out our declarations of interest, if we've declared we've got a second home on that, that covers us under this circumstances. That's what you're saying, David, isn't it? Yeah. Mark.
Through you, Chairman, what happens if you've just bought a property and you've not declared it yet because you've only just done it? Sorry, I'm sorry to throw that one in, but it's literally in my case, it's just happened. So do I declare an interest?
Yes, Mark, I think so, but we'll just check with David.
Yeah, absolutely. It's up to members to declare that interest as soon as it becomes apparent to them.
So again, Chairman, through you, if I may, does that mean I'll withdraw at item 7?
If it's a property within Somerset, then you would be impacted by that decision as a second homeowner. Yeah.
So we've got several hands up. I will take these. There is a bit of confusion over this, so we'll just cover this off. A couple of hands here. Let me take Alistair first, if I can. Alistair's asking if Dave could speak loudly into the microphone. I'll make sure he does, Alistair. Have you got another point? No. John.
Yeah, I will be making a personal pecuniary declaration for that item number 7 and will be leaving the room. As I think that's the right thing to do. And I don't think pecuniary interests are put on your thing as well. So I think it's very important for members to make sure that they make the right declaration on that noted, please.
Thank you, John. I think I'm just being told David would like to clarify something, and I'll make sure his mic's on. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to clarify, if members have a second home within the county of Somerset, they firstly need to have that on their declaration of interest. If it's already on their declaration of interest, they don't need to declare it again at this point in time. However, if it is there as an interest, then they should leave the room and not be part of the debate on that item.
Thank you. Does that clarify things, members? Okay, let's go to Adam.
It's working now. What about if you pay council tax in 2 places in Somerset? Yeah, no, I guess that, but surely that's not surely that's an interest.
As pay council tax as a second home, councillor, then that's exactly the same situation. Yeah.
Hazel.
Thank you, Chairman. Surely it is that if you have a second home and not something that you let out, if it is a home on which you pay a second home council tax, that is what you have to declare. And even if it's on your lists of interests, when that subject comes, you should say, because it's for everybody in this room to know and understand that that is a declarable pecuniary interest, and then you leave the room. It's got to be clear, not wishy-washy. You can't just say interest and wander out. You have to be more specific so that we all understand what your interest is in that. And even if it's on your list, if it affects you because you have two homes that you occupy and pay the council tax for, then you need to declare it and leave the room. If, however, you have a portfolio of investment properties which you do not pay the council tax on as a second tax home, I don't think you have to declare that. Thank you.
Thank you, Hazel. I'm being told that.
So what I'm saying is if you've got a second home that's
Yeah,
on that item, now if it's in your declaration.
you don't need to declare now, members, if it's on your declaration of interest, but you will need to leave the room in those circumstances on and declare it at that item agenda, at that agenda item. Has that clarified things? Sorry for the confusion. Diego.
Just separately, Chair, having been elected onto Bridgewater Town Council on Monday evening, I'm pleased to declare a new interest as a Bridgewater Town Councillor.
Thank you, Diego. Very good. Helen.
Sorry to drag this on, but as someone with one small buy-to-let property, I'm not really sure in Somerset whether I should be declaring that or not. I don't live in it. It's not a home. It's not my second home. Tenant lives there.
If members own a second home within the county of Somerset and pay the council tax on that second home, then yes, you should be declaring interest and leaving the room for that item.
Alistair, did you want to come in?
Thank you. Just under the same premise.
I can't hear you, Alistair.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's my. I've got a very soft Scottish accent. I apologise for that. I too, I was born to Highbridge Town Council in an election 2 days ago, so I have interest in it as well. So.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any other declarations then, members? Sorry for the confusion there. No. Oh, yes, one. Marcus.
Thank you, Chair. It's on my register of interest, but bearing in mind that I'm presenting the report on item 10, I just would like to point out that I do hold 2 licenses that are within the Gambling Act. Thank you. Just taking advice, and it's a personal interest.
Thank you, Marcus. Right, so moving on, thank you very much indeed. We're going to go on to public questions, and we've got a number of public questions, which is excellent. We've got some in the room, we've got some online. I'm delighted to introduce the first one. If I could just remind the individuals that you have 3 minutes, and if it's helpful, I'll warn you after 2.5 minutes so that you can wrap up if you're still through your questions. So the first one, if I can invite in person, is Ray Rose, please, on Vivery Park. Is Ray here? Good afternoon, Ray. Thank you very much.
Is that it, is it? Yeah, right. Be scripted, okay? Everybody seen this? I sent a copy here and they're going to give it all to you. I've had it, Vivery Park fence at the back where the player is in the wrong place. I've got independent assessor for it and he's waiting for an answer to 12 questions in here. Haven't been answered. So I want it answered because I got a next step to take after that if I'm not happy. Hall Street toilets. There's 7 blocks up there. 5 has been locked since April, if not before. And it says temporary out of use. And someone's put on her permanently. Member of the public, that is. So, and why won't Somerset Council let Taunton Town Council see the contract for the toilets? because they are a mess. They stink, they haven't been cleaned, they haven't been nothing. And all I get off of these two, them and her, is a load of rubbish. And it's got to be sorted now, not time come by next year, put up the council tax by 80% council tax of Taunton Town. What a load of rubbish. Anyway, and you got Vivery Park fountain and the watering. Leave it till autumn. Oh, sorry, leave it till spring and we'll get it done. It wants doing now, and I'm willing to go up and do it. I used to do it. I'm willing to go up and still do it. Don't have to pay me. For the last 4 years, I've been doing it. Ask Hazel. Ask, whatever his name is, another councillor. I go up there and do it. But now, since council took over, they don't want to know. And the bloke who's in charge of it now, what she goes to and sees, he ain't got a clue of what he's doing. I've had to put him right up there, and the blokes that work up there agree with me. It's a waste of time. So something's got to be done. This is going to be done. It'll end up in court if it ain't done. Everybody read it. I've sent it to councillor, the lead councillor. He's had one.
Thanks, Ray. You've got 30 seconds to finish off.
That's all right. As long as everything's done and Hall Street toilets and everything sorted, these two kicked out of the council.
I don't think there's any need for that, Ray, if you wouldn't mind. I don't think there's any finger pointing and instruction like that. I think you've had your time. Thanks for making your point, and there is a decent response coming.
Wait for reply.
Thank you very much indeed. And if I can invite Federica, please, to respond to that one, if you could, Federica. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Rose, again for your questions, which we've answered a variety of times through both directly to councillors, to MPs. So I'll reiterate the points again today at our full council. So in relation to the netting, we've answered questions, like I said, a variety of times. We remain of the view that the council has adequately considered the risk and have taken appropriate action with the siting and height of the cricket nets. In relation to the report that you've sent through, which we have received, we will respond to the health and safety consultant separately. In relation to Vivery Park Fountain, whilst the offer of your assistance is generous, the council has a responsibility to make sure the works are done with the relevant public and professional liability insurance in place. And we are still comfortable with the work that we are doing there and the maintenance that will take place in the spring. We're aware of ongoing maintenance issues with the facilities at Paul Street toilets when they're known to the council. We want to take action on them, but unfortunately there are costs involved in that at around £20,000 a cubicle due to the work that's needed to do in those toilets. So those will need to be looked at as we go through into the budget setting. Regarding the cleaning contract between Somerset Council and Ida Verde, officers from both Somerset Council and Taunton Town Council have discussed the content of these arrangements, and we discussed that as Somerset Council and Taunton Town Council. We have regular dialogue both with Councillor Tom Deacon and the town clerk there. We will continue to have those dialogue of conversations and hold Ida Verde to account to the contract.
Thank you, Federica. Thank you very much indeed. The next question, if I can invite, I think this individual's in the room. Can I invite Rosa Fell, please, to ask her question? She's going to ask us a question about buses. So, Rosa, are you in the room? Nobody in the room? Have we got Rosa online? No. So Rosa's not here. Okay, we will move on then. Okay, if she transpires to come late or online, we'll pick up the question later. Yes, David.
Sorry, I thought the point of order. I thought the agreement was that if somebody wasn't in the room, it'd be read out by the monitoring officer, and the answer would be delivered for the benefit of all members in the room.
Yeah, I think we'll wait to see if she turns up. If not, we'll do that then, Dave. Yeah.
Just wait, see.
Okay. The third one is David Redgewell. He's online. I think he's going to talk to us about buses as well. So have we got David online?
Can you hear me, Chair?
We can indeed, David. You've got 3 minutes. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank
Over to you.
Yeah, so my first question is about Yeovil Bus Depot. Obviously, I know with sadness the old depot is going to be demolished by First Group Properties, but my concern is about the new depot that's required to run the services in South Somerset and West Dorset, which is about 9 vehicles and about 7 routes still left out of Yeovil, run by Group PLC. So my concern is there's no planning permission for this being put into Somerset Council, unless, like, we've certainly searched for one. Yeovil Town Council hasn't seen anything, and we haven't at the present also not received any notification of what they call an operating centre with the traffic commissioner. Incidentally, we have seen indications make progress here, and the Transport Authority is Somerset. Most of those services, less than 51, are contracted to either Somerset Council as Transport Authority or as to Dorset as a Transport Authority. We would just urge that basically that some urgent action is taken in discussions with First PLC, and it's their property arm. It's First Property, is not necessarily First South you need to talk to on this. My second question is of great concern, and I do share Mike Rigby's view on this. We have money from government, about £1.5 million roughly, to spend on Taunton Bus Station. Taunton Bus Station, call it a transport hub, mobility hub, whatever. Going through a planning process, pre-application, I've checked the district local plan from Somerset West and West Somerset Council, Taunton Council, and it's allocated as a bus station. It's what's a transport interchange. So I'm not sure why we're going through a long process and where this legal advice is coming from. And I've spoken to English Heritage and they say, well, what's the change of use? And I'm saying, no, it's just renovating the old bus station and bringing it back into use for coaches, buses, taxis, maybe some e-scooters and bikes, and some revenue coming from the bus operators to pay for it, plus any catering we managed to put in there, which is the way First ran it in the past with in partnership with Somerset West and Taunton Council Chair. So I think we just like that to be speeded up. We're not sure of the reasons for delay. We are very, very worried that a new incoming Labour government may in fact take the money away. So we need to start spending it. And I think that's very important. There'll be a general election this year, and that's quite important this coming year. And then my third question really is about protection of the
30 seconds, David, to wrap up, please. Thank you.
I'll do this very fast. We just need to know what's going to happen with the services, funding of the buses, and working with the town and parish councils, and what progress is being made. And we're aware of contracts being let to Stagecoach as well, but not announced formally in public. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question, David. I'm going to hand to Mike Rigby now, who's going to respond. Mike.
Thank you very much for your questions, David. The first part of your question, question A, is a matter for the Traffic Commissioner rather than Somerset Council. Operating bases and maintenance arrangements are the operator's responsibility, and they have a duty to inform the Traffic Commissioner of any changes. If the Traffic Commissioner deems the depot and maintenance arrangements are adequate, then they will grant those changes. If the Commissioner deems that there are any issues with the new depot or maintenance arrangements, then they will not grant the change in operating base. I am aware that the Traffic Commissioner has been contacted by groups in Somerset on this specific issue, so I imagine that they will be dealing with this issue as we speak. The second of your questions on the Taunton Bus Station, yeah, there's no particular issue delaying the reopening of Taunton Bus Station as a mobility hub. The project is progressing well through relevant processes, but it is unfortunately taking longer than we'd originally anticipated when we bid for the funds, given the complexity of the project. English Heritage is supportive of the scheme, and they're involved because the site is, I understand, a scheduled ancient monument being part of the old Taunton Castle. They're supportive of the scheme and working with us to progress it. We have ongoing dialogue with stakeholders and operators regarding income generation opportunities and whether access charges will apply. We obviously want to make sure that having built the thing, we can afford to maintain it in good order. We do not consider there to be any risk to the funding and are regularly updating the DFT on progress and any changes to predicted delivery timescales. And on the issue of planning, my understanding is that because for a period of time, the bus station building has been used as a vaccination centre, that we need to get planning permission to turn it back into a bus station. So that interim use there is what is causing us to need to go through the planning process. But we will do that with all speed. I agree entirely with you. I use the buses in Taunton on a regular basis, and we need better facilities for waiting in particular, and we'll move on that with all speed. The third question, we'll continue our ongoing review of supported public transport services to take account of any commercial changes that may take place in the coming year. Reviewing how successful our Bus It campaign has been in driving demand for services, reviewing availability of transport options to our local communities, and considering available resources to meet the range of competing duties and responsibilities that we have. This work will include conversations with neighbouring authorities, localities and stakeholders. Thank you, David.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you, David, for the question. We've now got Rosa back online. Rosa Kell, it is. Apologies for mispronouncing your name earlier, Rosa. Welcome to the meeting. You've got 3 minutes. Over to you.
Thank you. I apologise. Thank you, Chair. I apologise to everyone. Regretfully, I'm away from home and I haven't been able to print my question. But it's basically, I'm seeking assurance that the Wells Bus Station will remain in Somerset Council ownership and that it will not be on the at-risk register for any asset disposal. And of course, we would like it to have it upgraded.
Thank you, Rosa.
It's a very important hub in this part of Somerset, but thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you for the question. We're going to have a response on that one again from Mike Rigby. Over to you, Mike. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, Rosa, and thank you for your question. There is no proposal to dispose of any property assets that are being actively used as bus stations, including Wells Bus Station. Given the wide range of competing duties and responsibilities, though, that the council does have, we need to deliver within our available budget. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to commit at this stage to modernising and upgrading any of the public transport assets that we have beyond the current grant-funded projects.
Thank you, Mike. Next question we have is from Peter Travis. Peter Travis is also online. Peter, I hope you're online. Welcome to the meeting. Your questions over buses again, so feel free. Your 3 minutes start now.
Thank you, Chair. My name, as you say, is Peter Travis. I'm one of the co-chairs of the Somerset Bus Partnership. Thank you for allowing me to make a short statement today. I apologise for not being in the meeting in person, but yesterday I fell down a flight of stairs and ended up in the wonderful A&E at RUH with a cracked rib, so I couldn't drive to Bridgewater. But for me, driving is usually an option, as it is indeed for most of the councillors here today. But for many, many bus users, they don't have the option of going by car. That's because they either can't afford to have a car, or are too young to drive, or feel they're too old to drive, or maybe they're disabled. Women too are often more likely to be bus users, as where there is a car in the household, it's often the man who has a priority over the car's use. So for all of those without access to a car, buses are absolutely vital for them, whether it's to get to work, to school, to college, to go to the shops, or just to see family and friends. For them, buses aren't a lifestyle choice, they're a necessity. Without them, many bus users would lose their jobs and hence their income. To give an example, in Frome, many go by bus to their jobs in the service industries in Bath. It's not just daytime buses, they need evening buses too. Jobs in the service sector are not 9 to 5, nor is the working week Monday to Friday. The service industry is a 7-day-a-week business. We are all now very much aware that Somerset is faced with a financial emergency, but we in Somerset continue to be faced with a climate emergency. Going by bus rather than by car needs to be encouraged and facilitated, even when cuts to Somerset's 24-25 budget are being considered. Cuts will need to be made. Difficult choices are ahead of you, but please do think about all those in Somerset who rely on buses. I would urge you to prioritise bus services for those whose livelihoods and
Sorry,
access...
Peter, you've got 30 seconds remaining. Thank you.
Thank you. I would urge you to prioritise bus services for those whose livelihoods and access to services depend on their buses, because they don't have an alternative means of getting about. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to express that view.
You're very welcome, Peter. Thank you for your question, and we hope you you recover swiftly from your injuries that we hear about. So sorry to hear that. We've got a response from, again, Mike Rigby. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your comments. I'm very grateful for the ongoing support of the Somerset Bus Partnership and for your personal involvement, Peter, as chair of our bus user and stakeholder group. You've played an essential role in helping promote bus services, which are potentially at risk of commercial failure due to low patronage. And I firmly believe this is making a difference to use of those services. I agree that bus services are extremely important to our communities, and we're certainly examining all options to find new income streams to support public transport provision. We do already require new developments to consider proper public transport provision and make financial contributions where this is necessary to enable the planning to be consented in line with the planning legislation. However, we will redouble our efforts in this area as part of the more vision-led approach to planning that we've recently consulted on through our Creating Places for People consultation. And I just add to the end of that I ask all of us here to consider using the bus whenever we can. The bus services are much more reliable than they were at the beginning of the year when there was a bit of an issue with, particularly with drivers. The driver shortage now seems to be mostly at an end. There are a few issues with vehicle reliability, but last week, for example, 98% of all of the services in the county ran as they should have done. We have, I think, a duty to try and support those services for those that don't have an alternative. I have a car, but I've got the bus here today because, frankly, it's easier, it's more relaxing. And I just urge you to consider that when you make your personal journey choices, that you do think about the possibility of using the bus, particularly as it's only £2 a single fare. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you very much indeed. Our next question then is from David Orr. He can't be with us today. We're going to read that out, and David's going to read that out, our monitoring officer, on behalf of David Orr. Over to you, David.
Thank you, Chair. The financial emergency is the highest priority for this council, but it isn't the only priority. The Natural England nutrient neutrality guidance for all new homes in Somerset came in over 3 years ago, without a local scientific understanding of how phosphorus gets on and off our levels and moors, nor was it underpinned by a local evidence base. The generic guidance isn't specifically targeted to reducing phosphorus on the moors and levels. The highly precautionary assumption by Natural England was that all phosphorus that was discharged into the relevant rivers ended up on the moors and levels, and then another 20% more phosphorus is added to that total. Local research shows that not to be the case. Only a fraction of the discharged phosphorus in the relevant rivers gets to the moors and levels. Agricultural inputs over the past 60 years of artificial fertiliser use are significant, with the eutrophication impacts of choking weed and algal growth being exacerbated by climate change. Additional local research will be needed to complete the evidence base and guide a targeted phosphorus neutrality policy. There are 18,000 held up new home permissions, within which thousands of vital social and affordable homes are also held up. The primary focus is on the phosphorus from the 18,000 new homes, while the phosphorus from more than 100,000 existing homes isn't accounted for. Clearly, improvements in removing phosphorus from each wastewater treatment works mitigates phosphorus removal from all homes connected to that works, both new and existing. The build of all the 18,000 new homes held up, just 4 tonnes per annum of phosphorus needs to be removed from our river catchments. Wessex Water have over the past 4 years removed almost 60 tonnes of phosphorus per annum from our river catchments, yet absurdly, the new homes remain held up. Between now and 2030, new wastewater regulations will remove even more phosphorus from our rivers. The urgent need for a thriving local economy, together with delivering vital social and affordable housing, should be part of a balanced Somerset nutrient neutrality policy. The cumulative economic, social and community impacts from holding up new homes are now highly damaging. This flawed and dated nutrient neutrality status quo cannot continue until 2030. Cornwall and Wiltshire have moved to taking a catchment-wide approach, with Natural England's continuing oversight, to unblock new housing and get the vital social and affordable homes built. The question: when will this council also move to a catchment-wide nutrient neutrality model to unlock vitally needed new homes while targeting phosphorus removal from the moors and levels?
Thank you, David, and thank you, David Orr, for your question. I'm going to pass to Ros for a response. Thank you, Ros.
Thank you. The council's approach to phosphate mitigation to date has been based on advice from Natural England. The geographic extent with 3 river catchments and the number of new dwellings impacted by Natural England's advice is very different to the examples provided by Mr. Orr, i.e. Wiltshire and Cornwall. These areas both deal with a single river and a smaller number of developments which are impacted. Wiltshire diverted 850,000 of community infrastructure levy to deliver a catchment approach to mitigation. In Cornwall, a Natural England consultation response on the appropriate assessment for the site allocations document acknowledged in writing that proposed planned improvements to wastewater treatments would count as mitigation. The scale of the funding required to take a catchment-wide approach to phosphate mitigation in Somerset across the rivers Brew, Parris and Tone is not currently available to the council. We submitted a funding bid to government in May 2023 to enable a catchment-wide approach to phosphates mitigation. If awarded, this funding would enable cost-effective mitigation measures to be delivered without undermining developer viability and other planning obligations, such as contributions to affordable housing or indeed community facilities. The council wrote to the government in August and again in September to seek clarity on when this funding would be confirmed. And we, like many other local authorities, are currently awaiting government's confirmation on these funding bits. Since that was written, I'm delighted to say that the government has announced yesterday that we have been awarded 9.6 million, the total amount we requested to deliver our proposed mitigation project, which will be rolled out with as much pace as possible, recognising the impact it's having on our economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ros. Thank you very much indeed. Our next question comes from Valda Dagnall and Elspeth Waldy of the Green Project, but I think Sue is going to present this one on their behalf. Thank you, Sue. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairman, and I feel very honoured, privileged and humbled to be asked on behalf of Elspeth Waldy and Valda Dagnall to present this folder of letters to you. Which they produced during the Big Green Week. I will read their statement on their behalf, which should give you a flavour, and then I will hand this to you, Chairman. Here goes, and I hope I do it justice. Dear friends, thank you for this chance to present to you the folder of letters to the future. The Climate Alliance invited people all over the country to write these, expressing their hopes for future generations and their fears for what life could be like if we fail to slow down climate change. Here in Ilminster, we opened up Sweet Surprise Cafe on the Saturday of the Ilminster Experience weekend and invited people in for a coffee and a chance to tell us and the world about their concerns about what is happening to the planet. When people heard what we were doing, they came in off the street, sat down and started to write. It was a very moving experience to see them, and we hope you are equally moved to read what they have written. This was no quick job, no easy signing of a petition, but a thoughtful experience in which people, some for the first time ever, talked with us and each other about their hopes and fears, or sat staring into the distance, pen poised above the letter form we provided. It was a powerful experience to see people finally facing their fears about the future. There was anger, there was sadness. One man who looked as though he had never cried in his life was wiping tears away as he tried to express what it was that he felt. You cannot always tell from what is on the page just how strongly people feel. Others wrote their letter at the church or sent it to us by email. We decided to collect the letters together, both to share them amongst ourselves and to send on to you and to our MP, with the urgent request that you study these concerns and act upon them. But more than that, we know that this council is already on side. We also know.
Thank you, Sue. 30 seconds, please. Thank you.
We also know that the big decisions that impact our lives, but the lives of people thousands of miles away, are made by politicians we rarely see and by international corporations. In these letters are many examples of doing what you can, where you are, with what you have. But sadly, it is not going to be enough. So our question is, how can we all work together to celebrate and make known all these small actions, not for self-aggrandisement, not even to get re-elected, but to the point where it actually shames the big decision makers into refusing to water down the essential actions the people of the world are calling for to save the planet now, before it is too late. We look forward to hearing your thoughts in Friendship, Balderdagnall, Elspeth Waldy, PP, Chard and Ilminster Quakers. Thank you for your time, Chairman.
Thank you, Sue. Spot on 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sue. I'll pass that to Dixie later and as you say, scrutiny. Okay, I'm going to pass now to Dixie, who's going to respond as appropriate. Thank you, Dixie.
Thank you, Councillor Osborne, and thank you, Balder and Elspeth and Chard and Ilminster Quakers. I was really moved by your statement. I look forward to reading the letters to the future, and they'll also be shared with members of the Climate and Place Scrutiny Committee. I think that confronting the very real existential threat of climate change is immensely challenging, so much so that many shy away from it because it's so overwhelming. But there is hope in action. Bringing people together in the way that you have done is enormously helpful, both emotionally and practically, sharing those small actions that add up to a great deal. We'd like to work with you to do as you ask, to make known what you are doing, to grow those actions so that the message that we can make a difference spreads. The establishment of local community networks will support us in working more collaboratively with communities, and we also encourage you to sign up to our SEEN climate email newsletter, which shares best practice and provides support and access to online resources. And thank you so much for the work that you're doing.
Thank you, Dixie. Much appreciated. Okay, our next speaker is Nigel Behan. He's going to talk to us about budget and council services. Now, I think Nigel's in the room. Yes, you are, Nigel. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the meeting. Your 3 minutes starts now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to read out verbatim what's already been submitted, but the point about the preventative services and statutory services, I mean, a lot of councils, I mean, I think, you know, a lot of think tanks, policy wonkers, everyone connected with local government accepts there's a problem. But how that's dealt with is another matter. And I think what crisis repeat, etc., crisis cash repeat, recycle, what cycle? The second question though, I was at the audit committee last week and there was a discussion about the prevention of failure in local government and about well-managed councils. And it was pointed out by Grant Thornton, the auditors, that no well-managed councils have failed, i.e. is a section 114 notice. But looking in the light of so many councils in trouble now, perhaps that should be revised, as I indicate in the question. And just adding one point finally is which only noticed after the deadline for questions, was failing councils like Thurrock, Slough and Woking are actually, the council tax referendum next financial year is allowed to be 8 to 10% increase. So it seems very perverse. Thank you.
Thank you, Nigel, for your question. And in response, I'm going to hand over to Liz. Over to you, Liz. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Nigel, for your always pertinent questions and for your attendance at the recent Audit Committee meeting. Your question on which preventative services are at risk in Somerset is certainly an interesting one. As a unitary authority, of course, we encompass the services and the facilities of the former district councils, as well as those of the county council. Within adults, the percentage of services that are considered preventative and therefore non-statutory is a tiny percentage of the total budget at just 1%. Under the Care Act, local authorities have a responsibility to prevent delay and reduce the need for statutory services with the development of the neighbourhood approach and ability to enable people to live independent lives. And so by reducing prevention services, that could potentially add additional costs to the adults budget, anything up to £7 million estimated. So the prevention agenda is at the heart of the My Life, My Future Newton Europe work streams and the adult strategy going forward, and is a significant contributing factor to reducing demand and enabling a community offer that supports people to live independent lives within their local communities. In children's, the spend is around 5.8 million on a range of prevention services, with the largest being on the Family Intervention Service, and there are no proposals to reduce this. All the proposed savings will be published with the papers for the January executive, which will be held on the 15th, and I believe those papers will be published by the 5th of January. To go on the same question, from the Directorate that is Communities, Housing and Culture, of course, there is a much higher percentage of non-statutory funded facilities and services, and therefore a much greater concern about loss of what can fairly be considered preventative services, keeping people in good physical and mental health, leading stimulating lives for longer in their own homes, often includes the contributions that local councils and public health grants make to our communities. Somerset is no exception. Decent houses, services funded through the public health grant, green spaces, theatres, museums and heritage, they all play a part in our lives, with housing being one of the key determinants of healthy lives. How we are able to work with partners, including the voluntary sector and the parish, town and city councils, to maintain this part of our services remains to be seen as the work continues with all partners. We believe that we have made a good start to that work and that it will continue both before and after budget setting next February. On the second question, the statutory minimum level of services, so I would have to say that 12 years of austerity has already reduced many of council services to levels that are lower than we would wish for and closer to a statutory minimum. I believe that many councils across the country will be working together to understand what statutory minimum may look like for the future, and that includes councils that have previously been considered the bigger, wealthier, more secure councils across both urban and rural areas, including Hampshire County Council, where we have heard recently of their work on this subject. On the third question, regarding the Audit Committee meeting, indeed, Guy Clifton from Grant Thornton did say no as his answer to a question about well-managed councils issuing Section 114 notices at present. However, he went on to say that the funding model for local authorities was unfair. And in light of the fact that 33 leaders of upper tier authorities all signed a letter to the Secretary of State, Michael Gove, under the banner of the County Council Network, it does seem only a matter of time before councils that were previously considered very financially secure reach the last of their reserves, sell the last of their surplus assets, and continue to see increased demand for services, and that further impacts through inflationary factors. So I would say not yet is indeed a much better descriptor of the impending situation than no. Thank you very much, Nigel. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Liz, for the response. Thank you. Our next speaker then is also here because I've seen her. It's Eva Bryskowski. I hope I pronounced that right, Eva. Thank you. Welcome again. Eva's going to ask us a question on section 114, and I've agreed with Eva. I'm going to give you the 30 seconds, 60 seconds, 30 seconds intervals. Okay? Okay.
Still waiting for my ears.
Okay, will do. Thank you, Eva. Over to you.
Right, before I speak, there's a typo. We're 2016 and it should have been 2026. Okay, the latest offering from the government is peanuts. And my main question is, are you going to fight harder than lobbying and joining, you know, national associations? I'm going to talk about David and Goliath, Margaret Mead, but mainly I plead with you to fight, to be the change, councillors.
30 seconds, Eva.
Thank you. Wow. One of the things you could do is take the government to court for deliberate asset stripping of infrastructure for an agenda that has nothing to do with the needs of residents. Okay, and you need a strategy to deal with obstacles like David and Goliath. David noticed that heavily armed Goliath had his forehead free.
1 minute, Eva, 1 minute.
He pelted the stone at his forehead and he won. A lot of people lost their bets. Okay, so that's what you need to do, like the Clark's workers. The Clark's brand was being, you know, reputation damage. Their strike forced a demonstration, the Chinese multi-billionaire to come over from Tokyo to negotiate, and the workers won against Fire and Rehire. That's what sort of thing you need to do. You need to fight harder.
1 minute 30. 1 minute 30, Eva.
Thank you. If I could quote Margaret Mead, you might have heard of her, never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever does. So really, you know, you might start small, but you can, you know, get together with other councils, crowd fund taking the government to court, whether you win or lose.
2 minutes, Eva, 2 minutes.
Thank you. You need to take your residents with you. You need to take alongside the unions and other campaigners. And I want to know, why didn't you fight harder when I appeared at the executive committee meeting and asked you to? You've been working hard, I agree, you know, with the national associations, but you're going to do anything more than lobby and beg, you know, beg Father Christmas, Jeremy Hunt.
30 seconds left, Eva, 30 seconds
Oh
left.
my God. Okay, so really my main message, I know I've said it again and again, but you know, it is the main message, you know, do a consultation if you have to, so that residents choose a variety selection box of, you know, activities for justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eva. Well within the 3 minutes. Thank you. And I'm going to hand over to Liz and Dean for their responses.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Eva. I'll take the first two questions and then hand over to Councillor Dean Ruddle. So thank you for your comments and questions, Eva. We recognise that this is a particularly difficult time in the short life of Somerset Council, and it feels actually like a momentous time for all of us. We are committed to working with unions, with all staff of this council and with all partners to find the most creative ways of maintaining services and facilities while establishing which assets can be disposed of to create an ability to use a capitalisation direction from government without any further borrowing. We do understand that redundancies will cause stress and financial concern to many. many of our very valued staff. We welcome the positive response from so many of Somerset's town, city and parish councils, and we are pleased that at a recent executive meeting, we have approved multiple year agreements with both Citizens Advice and Spark so that we can continue to work with the voluntary sector in a collaborative way. On the second question, councils are most definitely working together across the political divide to ensure that government ministers understand the value of and the need for local government. Indeed, the current Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, was Minister for Housing, Communities and Local Government in 2018 when he delivered a speech to the County Council's Network Conference. His speech focused on three priorities: a new, fairer funding system, social mobility, and the vital role that local councils play in helping our society's most vulnerable people. I think it's fair to say that the government has failed on the fairer funding system, and so it's impossible to consider that this government has succeeded in supporting local government fully to deliver what our society so clearly needs now, post-COVID and through a cost of living crisis. Eva, for you and for anyone else, I will add a link to the speech given by Rishi Sunak when he was local government minister in my written response. And Chair, I'd like to hand over to Councillor Dean Ruddle. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Over to you, Dean.
Yeah, thank you, Liz. Thank you, Chairman. And thank you, Eva, for your questions, and happy Christmas to you, by the way. Thank you. The cost of a Newton Europe contract is high, but it's important to understand the difference between the cost and the value of this contract. The support from Newton is provided on a contingency fee basis. These are fixed and contingent on financial benefits being delivered and signed off by the Somerset Council. As such, Newton guarantee the benefits being delivered in this programme and will at least exceed 1.3 times the combined fee from the original diagnostic programme. As such, guaranteed benefit of £10 million. The latest progress against this work is available in the public domain and was a part of the Adult Health and Scrutiny Committee on the 7th of December. And again, I will provide you with a written response and the link to this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dean. The next question is from Colin Nash. Welcome, Colin. Colin's in the room as well. He's going to talk to us on the budget. Thank you, Colin. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Council, for letting me put this question. Yeah, my name's Colin Nash. I'm a social worker within adult social care services in Somerset and have been for very nearly 27 years now. My question relates to the financial situation, of course. This overspend that has triggered the financial crisis is largely as a result of overspend within adult social care. The factors behind that, the adult social care market, inflation, all the other factors have been well understood for the last 24 months or so. How did senior management and the council not see these coming? And as such, how did we not prepare for them, plan for them? First question. How and when did the council come to realise the scale and acuity of this crisis, and what actions were taken to ensure that the identified shortfall was correct so that it could be managed in some way? And finally, following the work that's already been undertaken to reduce the gap in the budget, as of today, what's the anticipated budget shortfall for 23-24 and 24-25 financial years? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Colin, and you'll be having a response now, firstly from Liz Lation and then Dean. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. When we set the budget for 23-24 in this room just last February, we were predicting an increase in the adult social care budget of 40.5 million, as laid out in the executive and full council papers. What we could not predict at that time were a number of additional factors that have increased this prediction. They include, and I accept that my knowledge and understanding is considerably greater now than it was last February, and indeed the previous May when I stood for election again for Somerset Council. So those factors include Somerset's historically low fee structure for residential and nursing placements, and how that reflects the low council tax base and rate in Somerset for many years. The impacts of Brexit and COVID on the workforce, and also the ending of the COVID grants that in effect masked some of those increasing prices, or the likely increase in prices through 2021 and 21-22. A 40-year high inflation, which we're all glad to see is dropping back down, but that doesn't mean inflation's in negative figures, of course, now. It's just not rising as quickly. The increased staffing costs and, of course, increased interest rates. The government's commencement of the fair cost of care exercise, which opened the book on fees across Somerset and indeed across the whole country, exposing Somerset's low fee structure. The increased rise in the minimum wage, which we would all welcome, of course, from £11.14 to £11.44, which will result in an increased cost for adult social care only of something in the region of another £5 million. And years of one-off funding from government, some of which is not recurring. So we have all of those factors, and as the scale of the challenge has emerged, our response to it has been stepped up. This is a pattern seen across local authorities right across the country where they have responsibility for care services. I think it's fair to say that other councils, other upper tier councils in this country are perhaps more pressured on children's costs rising than adult costs rising. The historically low fee structure in Somerset has exposed us in an additional way to increasing costs that have had such a huge impact on our budget for 24-25 and indeed for the current year. So we will include more information in the written answer. At this stage, could I hand over please to Councillor Dean Ruddle? Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Over to you, Dean.
Thank you, Liz. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Colin, for your questions. Following the overspend this financial year, a full rebase of the adult budget has taken place. The first in 10 years, and you might consider well overdue. That has been a huge piece of work, a line-by-line analysis of the need and cost using democratic factors, including mortality rates. And the increased costs in the sectors have increased our own fee payable, as Liz has said, from £577 a week for residential care to an average of £850 a week, a considerable amount of money. That work was completed over the summer, then checked and checked again, and on a line-by-line basis, both by our senior officers and external specialist consultants. That has seen the budget line for adult social care increase from £187 million in 2023-24, passed in February of this year, to an expectation of £251 million as a figure for 24-25. That is an increase of £64 million, which is substantial. This is therefore across 2 financial years, with much greater increase than expected in the next financial year, hence the extreme troubled budget gap. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean, and thank you, Colin, for the question. I now welcome to the floor Beth Poole, please. Beth is in the room and is going to talk to us again about the budget. Good afternoon, Beth. You have your 3 minutes now. Thank you. Do you want to turn your microphone on, Beth? Just press.
formerly South Somerset District Council. As Somerset Council is a locality officer based in South Somerset, and my colleagues and I are directly impacted by a consultation that has just been launched in partnership with localities. So my questions are on behalf of Unison. First and foremost, how many posts remain vacant at this present time within Somerset Council? Given the council will be looking for indications for voluntary redundancies in January 2024, what is the scale and the speed of the redundancies envisaged, and how many posts over and above the unfilled posts are likely to be affected? How will the council be looking after all staff through redundancy processes? Younger colleagues, colleagues with young families, mature colleagues, many of whom will have mortgages and financial responsibilities. What support will be provided to secure other employment in terms of retraining and developing employment skills and obtaining work with new employers?
Thank you, Beth. Do you want to turn your microphone off again? Thank you for your question. I'm going to pass over to Theo, who's going to respond. Over to you, Theo. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question, Beth. Currently, our HR, admin and payroll system is showing a vacancy count of just over 785 full-time equivalents. Work is still underway following the move to the Unitary Council for Somerset to validate these figures, as there were a number of different methods used in each council to monitor this information. Part of this work will be to remove unfunded posts, confirming the funding source for each vacant post and identifying where temporary staffing is being used to fill posts. We will of course review all vacancies across the authority to consider whether these are still required and can play any part in contributing to a smaller, leaner council. There are of course vacancies in several service areas that will need to be filled due to the nature of the roles and professional skills needed, such as planners, social workers and lawyers. Redundancy of any kind is clearly a very difficult matter for this council and for its staff. It must be handled in a suitably sensitive way, with the emphasis on transparency and keeping staff informed throughout. As details become clearer in the new year, they will be shared with staff and members the appropriate wraparound supports and guidance. We acknowledge the insecurity that colleagues may be feeling at this moment in time. Within the Developing Workforce Transformation Programme, a sub-work stream is focusing on supporting people within the Developing Workforce Transformation Programme.
Coming for it. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, we're getting some sound interference here, aren't we? Somebody got their microphone on? Oh, is it? Okay. Peter, could you mute yourself, please, online? Thank you. Peter Travis, online. Thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry, Theo.
Sorry, I'll start that section again. We acknowledge the insecurity that colleagues may be feeling at this moment in time. Within the Developing Workforce Transformation Programme, a sub-work stream focusing on supporting people through change has been set up. The sub-work stream will draw on expertise from across the organisation and, where necessary, from outside the organisation to ensure that our colleagues are suitably supported. Well-being, including financial and economic well-being, will form a key part of this sub-work stream. We also plan to use the well-established networks, such as the Young Employees Network, to provide specific tailored information and support to certain groups within our workforce. All colleagues already have access to WorkFriend, a website hosting useful material and resources to support colleagues that may wish to prepare in searching, applying and interviewing for a new job. WorkFriend is provided by external outplacement support services, Renovo. Conversations are continuing with Renovo as to what other support can be offered to our workforce during 2024. The organisational development sub-work stream are also developing career pathways with the intention that staff can more easily identify other roles that their skills and interests would suit. Our economy team are also considering how we can support our colleagues seeking employment opportunities outside of Somerset Council through our partnerships with local agencies, educational institutions and the voluntary sector. Using workforce data, we will continue to monitor any impact on our staff to ensure that any risks and issues are identified early and responded to.
Thank you, Theo. Thanks for the response and thanks for the question, Beth.
Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, our next question is from Alison Han. I think Alison's in the room. Welcome, Alison. We'll give you a second to get to the mic. You're going to talk to us about the budget as well. So welcome to the meeting. You've got 3 minutes, Alison. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Alison Han. I'm the branch secretary from Somerset Local Government and Community Branch. I represent a lot of the workers at Somerset Council, many of whom have come with me today to lobby outside, to voice their concern over the future of public services across the county. The financial emergency is really terrible news for council workers, as well as everybody who lives in the Somerset area. Local people here didn't cause the crisis, but they are the ones likely to feel its pinch. And across Somerset, communities depend on many of the services that the council provides. And the scale of the council's financial shortfall is so great that many of these services could be cut. The council has previously been found guilty in the courts of not delivering in certain aspects of social care. So what is the council doing to ensure that vital statutory services are delivered in a timely fashion to clients so that further costly legal proceedings can be avoided? And a second question is around, particularly given that we now have confirmation that there is a below average local government settlement for Somerset, how is the council approaching this significant shortfall in funding with central government? And what real resources are realistically expected to come from central government to support the most vulnerable in our communities?
Thank you for your question, Alison. If you'd be kind enough to turn the microphone off, that would be kind of you. And we're going to give you a response here from a number of executive members, but I'm going to hand over first of all to Dean, and then Tessa, and then Liz to respond to you. Over to you, Dean. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Chair, but I haven't actually got a response. I wasn't sure.
Sorry.
I had to
If I may, I've got a sort of combined response.
My apologies, Tessa.
That's all right. Hardly see you. There we are. Okay, thank you very much, all of you. Thank you, Alison, for your questions. Much appreciated. Meeting the demand of delivering high quality services in both adult social care and children's social care, children's services generally, is a huge priority for us. So since the pandemic, demand for care services generally has increased. In common with other local authorities, we have overdue assessments and reviews, and we're trying to manage waiting lists across adult social care, and that's both a local and a national focus. We have a range of governance mechanisms to address this, ensuring our practice, and the arrangements in place to identify and respond to risk while people are waiting for care is consistent. On a quarterly basis, we provide a report to the multi-agency Somerset Safeguarding Adults Board on our performance and improvement activity, as well as to our scrutiny committee. To support our workforce, we've introduced a co-produced competency-based framework to continue to develop and deliver high standards of practice within our service. Alongside this, we've introduced a practice quality audit framework and practice quality board to monitor and highlight areas of good practice and areas for ongoing development and learning. In relation to the local care provider market, quality, stability and capacity, 81.8% of active social care settings in Somerset were rated good or outstanding in September 2023. There has been a steady downward trend since December 2022, which is attributed to the CQC's current approach of only inspecting high-risk providers until the launch of their single assessment process from early December 2023. There has been a steady downward trend since December 2022, which is attributed, forgive me, sorry, got that wrong. The number of unmet home care needs in Somerset remains very low, despite demands for home care remaining significant, and Somerset benefits from a higher proportion of good or outstanding rated home care than regionally or nationally. If I can move just to children, the area of children and families, delivering high quality services to our children and families, as you know, and as I said earlier, is a key area priority for us. Where it's safe to do so, Supporting children to remain within their family network is our priority. Where this is not possible or safe, and children need to come into the care of the local authority, we aim to keep them still in their family environment in Somerset, so they remain close to their networks. Sufficiency of foster carers remains a significant local issue, both locally and nationally, meaning that this is not always possible. And we're working hard to recruit more carers, and this is also on the national agenda. For a small proportion of our children in our care, their complexity of needs requires that they have to have a residential care setting, but they are our priority. Thank you again for your question, and you'll have a full written answer.
Thank you, Tessa. And I think, Liz, are you going to come in behind? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alison. The resources from national government to local government to provide those essential services for people most in need of support have been reducing over many years as the revenue support grant for what was Somerset County Council, I believe, is reduced from somewhere in the region of 80 million to what we see now, which is nearer 8 million. And with greater reliance on council tax and business rates, where there is greater inequality across the country, as both council tax and business rates are collected unevenly from area to area. So the Secretary of State's most recent announcement on core spending power of councils having increased by 6.5% has not actually helped Somerset at all, where the increase is actually 6.1%. Core spending power includes council tax and business rates and government grants, but the government grants are very much the minority of that income for councils. So reductions in grants have exceeded any increase, meaning that our financial position this week is actually worse than it was last week. The long promised review of local authority funding becomes less likely as a general election nears, and the Secretary of State, Michael Gove, appears to expect councils to rely on their reserves to get by until it is the responsibility of a new government to pick up the huge challenge of how social care is funded. The current model is completely broken. All local council leaders must continue the conversation across the political divide, as they have been doing recently, so that all political parties are fully informed before a new government is formed in 2024. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Liz, and thank you very much indeed for the question, Alison. Thank you. Okay, our next question comes from Ian Glover. I think Ian's in the room. Good afternoon, Ian. Welcome to the meeting. You're going to talk to us about the budget as well. So your 3 minutes starts. Do you want to turn your microphone on? Now, right. Thank you.
Good afternoon, councillors. My name's Ian Glover. My day job, I'm an enforcement officer in Somerset East. I'm a mental health first aider, and I'm here as a member of Unison in the Somerset Local Government and Communities branch. I'm the equality officer, and I'm also a very busy steward. The question I pose this afternoon is this: staff mental health and high stress levels are prevalent in the workplace from the ongoing worry as a result of the LGR process and associated restructures, and now also from the threat of further redundancies as a result of this council's financial position. What is the council going to do to help with this? Is the current offer of online and telephone support from external companies such as Care First really the answer? I don't think it is. What assurances and certainty can be offered to staff at this very difficult time? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your question, Ian. The response is from Theo. Thank you, Theo.
Thank you very much for raising this important question, Ian, and indeed for the work that you do. You're quite right that the Employee Assistance Programme, which is predominantly counselling and which is delivered by Care First, is not the whole answer for everyone. Access to such support is just one support mechanism that is accessible to staff. Colleagues in our workforce service already have a substantial amount of wellbeing related activity progressed and available for colleagues to access. This is business as usual work, which will be complemented by the supporting people through change work stream within the workforce transformation programme. Specific initiatives are planned and will be in place throughout 2024 for individual members of staff and teams to access. A new set of wellbeing advocates will support the development of this work. We will continue to review the workforce data, including staff sickness. This data already exists and is shared across the organisation via a monthly workforce report. The sub-work stream will proactively monitor this information so that we can react accordingly to insert appropriate initiatives to improve the support offered to staff, ensuring that staff are well as they can be whilst at work. As has been previously described, a programme of reorganisation and transformation is what we need to lead us to a sustainable position for Somerset Council. This is a very difficult time, and we understand that it is a time of concern and anxiety for many staff. We will continue to be as open and transparent as we can be in explaining both our ongoing position and our developing plans for the financial future of Somerset Council throughout any period of change.
Thank you, Theo, and thanks very much for the question, Ian. Our final public question today comes from Richard Brown. I'm not sure if Richard's in the room. Are you in the room, Richard? Yes, excellent. Richard's going to talk to us about the budget as well. So welcome, Richard. Your 3-minute start now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Despite the best efforts of staff working in areas of council tax recovery, council has reportedly £43 million in uncollected council tax. Debt is nearer 55 million when you add uncollected business rates into that factor. In response to a staff question on the 13th of December, the Chief Finance Officer indicated these figures may not be accurate. Questions today are: what are the accurate figures for unpaid council tax and business rates currently? What is the council doing to recover this unpaid money in this period of financial emergency? How many dedicated staff have been allocated to recover the outstanding money owed? What is the target amount set for the recovery, and within what period will that recovery be completed? The question is very relevant in the context of the mention of redundancies that we've heard on a number of occasions today. And it's very important in terms of closing the gap that we have in the budget. I'm very conscious that Councillor Lee Redmond has a very similar question, and if it's of assistance, then I'm happy to take a joint answer if that works for you.
Thank you, Richard. I'm happy with that as well. Lee, is there anything you'd like to add on this one, please?
Chair, thank you for the opportunity. Members will be aware and know from the papers that I have actually asked a similar question to this through our normal process. I added a little bit to that in the fact that one of the outcomes, hopefully, from my question will be that we're able to generate a report that creates some transparency along this, because my understanding that there's lots of uncertainties currently as the 5 councils have come together and the outcome going forward, and figures are very varied in what's outstanding. If we're able to generate a process, a formal process and a report that generates something that maybe even goes to scrutiny, so that they can look at things and keep an eye on it, this would allow council to be aware, monitor in a transparent way, and hopefully, as the list reduce and becomes clearer, help and put people's mind at rest. Thank you for the opportunity to join the question together. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Lee. We're going to ask Liz to respond. Thank you, Liz.
Thank you, Chair, and I do apologise that I will be heard rather too much from most people this afternoon, but these are important questions and they have relevance right across the whole of Somerset, not just in this council. So it's really important to understand 3 points on collection of council tax and also business rates. It's still with the 4 teams working where they were formerly in district councils, working on separate and different systems. So council tax and business rates are always subject to a collection rate identified in the performance monitoring reports produced quarterly, as they were by all the district councils, with collection rates in the region of 97%. That leaves 3% that is not budgeted for, but which can be a gain for the council when collected beyond the target. So we are currently looking at the figures for the current year, 23-24, which will show as an income line in the 24-25 budget. The previous 3 years have been slightly confused by the arrangements the government put in place for the COVID and lockdown years. So the figures quoted include arrangements made with residents to back pay over a period of time, which may be for years and may be on very small additional sums per month. For instance, £5, even maybe £1 per month extra. Our council tax reduction scheme, which we've had in place since vesting day, has been designed to reduce the number of unpaid very low bills that can cost the council more to chase than the total outstanding and make people's lives even more difficult when they are genuinely not able to pay. So the council tax collection, of course, is not for Somerset Council alone. It is also for the police, fire and the parish precepts. So the collection rates, as well as the council tax reduction scheme, affect all those for whom council tax is collected. With a total collection for 23-24 well in excess of 400 million, it is easy to see that 3% is a very considerable figure each year. The figure that has been quoted in the press recently is over 20 years. It covers all 4 former district councils, and it does not explain that some councils in the previous years, and particularly the last few years, have had greater resources for pursuing debt and also to deal with arrears write-offs. For instance, where a resident dies owing council tax on a rented property, or where a resident leaves the county or country with no forwarding details. In the month 6 revenue budget monitoring report, there was an update on the collection fund, and it identified that the total uncollected council tax at that time was 36.7 million, and that was over 91,658 different accounts. And so there is a question about what is the council doing to recover unpaid money. And as a plan is put together for recovery of unpaid council tax and business rates, now that the first 6 months' work on Microsoft Dynamics is complete, we are in a much better place to put that plan together, and further detail will come forward. So when we do a written answer, I think we have a need for a very clear statement across all of these factors for elected members, for members of staff and for residents and businesses. I'm also asked the target amount set for recovery and within what period will it be completed. And again, as soon as I have sight of that plan for recovery and the timescale for realistic recovery of debt, I will ensure that that is shared through the statement too. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz, and thank you to all public questions, both in the room and online. Thank you very much indeed for your contributions. So moving on, agenda item 5, chairman's announcements. You'll see it's included in agenda item pages 21 to 22, summary of mine and the chair's visits over the last 3 months. Suffice to say, I won't go into it here. If you need to speak to me about it, by all means, you can grab me afterwards. Been a very busy period with Remembrance and Christmas coming up. Agenda item number 6, moving on then. So now we move into reports for decision. I'm planning to break for, if it's okay with everybody, for a comfort break around about 2 o'clock if there's a, 4 o'clock, sorry, 4 o'clock if there's a natural break in proceedings. That's what I'm looking to do, and we can grab a 10-minute break there if it's okay with everybody. But we move into reports for decision. Our first report includes a number of recommendations, so we'll take separate votes on each paper, if that's okay. This is on pages 23 to 376 of your pack and agenda supplement number 1. And I'm going to hand over to the leader, Bill Revens. Over to you, Bill.
Thank you very much, Chair, and welcome to your first time in the hot seat. You're doing a great job so far. Keep it up. You'll see in front of us, we've got 7 reports from the executive. The first 4 are from Liz Lysholm, the next 2 are from me, and the last one is from Federica Smith-Roberts. So I'll hand over to Liz Lysholm for paper A first. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Some of this introduction I have actually covered in answers to questions, so I will try to keep this a bit shorter. This is an update paper. It's not a paper for decisions on savings at this stage. We will see those savings in January. The decisions will then be taken in February. There will be recommendations from the executive, but the decisions will be taken in this room by all councillors. The paper does present the very stark position for Somerset Council. It also gives us the very clear direction of travel, and the recommendations explain the need for real pace to get us to a place where a budget can be proposed in February. So we believe we've made good progress on work with the external auditors, although we are still carrying some residual risk and a huge workload with 5 statements of accounts plus the pension fund for 22-23. I'm pleased to say the South Somerset accounts are nearly complete now for 21-22, and I'd like to thank the finance team for their very good work on this. There are other councils in the country that have not been through local government reorganisation that are many years behind us. We also have to bear in mind that although we see inflation figure reducing at the moment, we don't know whether that downward trend will continue or whether we will continue to be affected in further years. We also know we have the national living wage implication, as I have already mentioned, with no additional support in the finance settlement announced this week. A presentation at the County Council Network Conference by Paul Johnson, who's Director of the Institute for Fiscal Studies, on the outlook for public finances was more than stark. It will not be just Somerset Council in this position. So the clarification on Somerset levels of council tax compared with other unitary councils in the Southwest is extremely interesting and gives us an idea of the scale of our challenge. Where council tax is lower, need for care is often higher. That is, I believe, why a property tax based on 1991 house values is clearly unfit for purpose, and fair funding is no closer to a reality. So, Chair, I won't go through all the recommendations at this point because we will take those. I'm sure you or I'll read them. At the extraordinary audit committee meeting last week, a slide of the strategic risks was included, and within those risks is acknowledgement of the huge pressure on officers over the past months and the coming months. That is something that we all need to recognise and to support officers in every possible way we can, so that we make our way through to budget setting, knowing that February's budget setting is the start of a massive programme of work ahead of us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Liz. And do we have a seconder for that proposal, please?
Yes, I'm prepared to second. I'll reserve my right to speak until later in the debate, if that's okay, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely, Bill. Thank you. Right, I'm going to open it up to members' comments now. I'm going to try and avoid bringing Liz back in time and time again. We'll ask her to summarise at the end if I can. But if I can have any members' comments, please raise your hand. Thank you, Mandy.
Thank you, Chair, and well done on your chairmanships thus far. So a couple of questions really on paper A. And the first one relates on page 52 to 74 sites have been declared as surplus. I had a call this week from my local paper to discuss one that I was not even aware of as a councillor. So my question is, when will councillors know, and when will this council be transparent to let them know what's happening in their areas? There's a 15 to 20 million pound target for this. I won't use selling the family silver, as was been used by so many of you opposite previously. But the question really is, you know, we are working with our towns, parishes, city councils. It might be that they might be interested or could help or could keep buildings open, but only if we know about it and can have those conversations can we help with that. So that's my first question. My second is to do with paper A and Appendix 1, which is a reserves paper. I've been asking for this for some time, as you'll all know, and it was good to receive it. However, it has not been through the scrutiny process. I don't believe it's attached for the executive meeting or for the scrutiny meeting. And I just think, given the review of earmark reserves that's been undergone, and we've taken out 36.8 million, these have been repurposed to support the MTFP. I understand that, but I cannot understand fully from what we've been provided with is where it's coming from, where it's going to, and moreover, are there any areas of risk that this council has if funds have been pulled from certain reserves? So my question is really, can we have the opportunity as councillors to have another look and a discussion about that? I think given the amount that we're talking about, like I said, not far off 40 million, that feels appropriate and transparent. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mandy. I'll give Liz a chance to respond in a second. Let me take Dave. Dave, thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so we're being invited to endorse the actions and investigate and mitigations being taken on the financial emergency. Now, I do accept that most of these are, very regrettably looking like they're going to be unavoidable. I also accept that we're in a very challenging time for just about everybody involved in the council, and the officers in particular are clearly having to work extremely hard to address this challenge. But I do have concerns that I would like to raise. I would also like to say that, in my opinion, the government is failing Somerset. The government does need to do more than it has done over the years and is showing any signs of doing to provide fair funding to Somerset for our public services. Now, there's a number of reasons why that's arisen. Some have been said, lack of fair funding mechanisms. I think we also are aware that part of the issue is that council tax is lower in Somerset than it is in other similar areas. And a key factor behind that is the freezes in council tax, which were undertaken now looks like very ill-advisedly in previous years. One of my concerns is the impact that this is having on rural areas and how that aspect is being dealt with. I feel that the devolution process that is underway is moving too fast. Possibly it makes sense for the bigger towns, but it just looks like it's creating an impossible situation for our rural parishes and our smaller towns. Now, one of the big problems is there's been a complete lack of information. So our parishes and towns have been invited to see whether they wish to have services and assets devolved to them, but there has not yet been clear information on what the services will be still provided by Somerset Council from the savings, what services will continue, and what will be left after the cuts, and what is being taken out. So we're told that there should be better information on this in the new year in January, but I have to say this is too late for the budget setting processes for parish councils, and I really think better attention should have been paid to this. And there has to be a big question, how much detail will actually follow? What will parish councils be able to understand from what's published in January? I still have doubts that the position will not be that clear. So I do feel that aspects of how this is being handled hasn't been handled well, and just it should have been reconsidered. We will see how it goes, but I do feel that our parish councils and smaller towns in particular are just being put in an impossible position by what is a breakneck pace that we've been trying to run through this devolution process, and with the lack of information, as I've tried to outline. But my second area of concern is where are we heading to in the future? So it's clearly it's great concern that the savings, the cuts that look likely to be made for next year's budget, but all the signs are that that's only the start, that it's going to potentially even get worse after that. And what it's been called that we need a vision for a sustainable Somerset Council, but we need to know what that means. And again, next to no detail is being given to us. We're told it's going to be a smaller, leaner council employing fewer people, but for when we set the budget, we do need to understand what this means and just what position we are being forced into. And for me, at the current time, there is a lack of information, especially in these areas. And for that reason, I do not feel that I can support the current process as we're being invited to do to address the crisis at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave, for your comment. Gwyl, let's bring you in, please. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, this sort of follows on from what Dave was just saying, because clearly we're in the next 18 months, 2 years, we're going to go through a pretty agonising process as a council for our residents and for our staff. But in a way, I'm beginning to look beyond that to see what we're going to end up with. Because actually the proposal at the moment is to blow some of the reserves just to keep the ship afloat. We've got this capitalisation thing, which will also keep the ship afloat. So we're going to be bailing heavily for the next 12 months. And actually, at the end of that, what are we going to be left with? There seems to be an idea that we will move to a leaner council, but as Dave has said, I'm not entirely sure I know what that looks like, and I'm rather worried that we'll end up with some sort of hollowed out shell that isn't really in a position to do a great deal. Moving back to the reserves question, if we have a council of this size, we are legally obliged to keep reserves at a certain level, I believe, and I'm very worried that come the end of this process, once we sort of get into clearer water, and there may be an election, there may be a change of government, we can speculate on that. But even if we get through these rapids, we may find ourselves on the other side without enough money to actually run the council properly and set a balanced budget on the other side. So I suppose my question is, to what extent have we done our homework on other councils who've gone through the 114 process ahead of us? And we've heard that they have entered that process from a variety of directions for a variety of reasons. But nevertheless, the fundamental fact is they just run out of money. And so therefore, when they come to the other side of it, are they still sort of staggering along? Or are they actually in a position to start to pick up the pieces and put local services back together? Thank you.
Thank you, Gwyl. Lee, please.
Chair, thank you. I support most of the comments that have been said before, but just a couple of quick to cover them. The point about the way that things are happening at the council at the moment is important. We have a situation, my favourite subject, which I will keep reiterating, it builds on Councillor Chilcott's point about telling local councillors. There are things happening within the service now in an effort to find money behind the pillows down in the side of the sofa, anywhere particularly possible to try and help us get through this year. But changes also with services are also happening, and my concern is that there isn't an adequate scrutiny of the things that are happening, and potentially lots of little things could add up to a big fall down at the end. The straw that breaks the camel's back is my concern. And unless we're able to scrutinise, monitor and observe in a transparent way, my worry is that something will be missed and then we end up in more problematic. So my ask is that in this continuing process now, we are able to apply as much scrutiny as we can, but also, where possible, ensure that officers speak with local members when it's local things that are impacted, because we will be the ones that get the brunt of it when things come out. accept the need for speed. I accept the situation we're in. I'm as frustrated as Councillor Mansell, the fact that we've been failed in everything, and potentially the current executive are having to deal with things, legacies, etc. But my wish is that we're able to find a way to make sure that as we go through the short term, things are transparent. And obviously, I accept the fact that as already been planned for the 1st of February, the first meeting to discuss the MTFP, that we will be looking at the smaller changes then going forward. But it's the short term that's the concern for me, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. David.
Thank you, Chair, and can I say congratulations on chairing so well so far. I look forward to us finishing at 6 o'clock as per the schedule. I feel for Bill. I think this is not a great place to be, and having spent time recently with the 114 Council, I know just how bad 114 is, and do not kid yourselves that it could be an easy option. It is not where any of us want to go. So I think difficult decisions have to be made. The frustration here is that we've been saying this since almost last Christmas. We weren't getting figures. We weren't getting reports last Christmas. We kept constantly saying Mandy became like a broken record at various meetings. And yet we are where we are. And even back in the summer, the president of SIPFA came and said, get a grip of the figures. And it's only now that we're beginning to see this. So this is work that, sorry, could I have
Yes, let David finish.
respect from Councillor Wakefield?
Yeah, absolutely. Carry on, David.
Unless she wishes to interrupt and make a serious point.
No, you carry on, David. No interruptions. Carry on, please.
Okay,
Yeah.
and no apology either.
Yeah. Sorry, David, you carry on.
Okay. I've slightly lost my thread, but I'll pull it back, I'm sure. So whilst we recognise that the work is now being done relatedly, there is one very big unacceptable recommendation here, and that's the capitalisation. To ask us to sign off what potentially is a £50 million request to put costs onto the credit card from government on a one-line recommendation, I think is not acceptable. So whilst we would be inclined to support the administration in the work that they're trying to do, we will be abstaining on this because the capitalisation is not fully understood. The impact of what you're going to have to pay for the capitalisation is not fully understood, and we can't possibly agree to that until everybody in this council understands it.
Thank you, David. Can I just remind members to have the courtesy to let other members speak, please, and not interrupt as they're speaking. Thank you very much indeed. I do have one hand. Yes, Martin.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the report. The one thing that worries me going forward, Mr. Chairman, is that this Somerset has been reduced in the number of council representation by about 2/3 in the last 18 months. We are contemplating the possibility of fewer staff, perhaps fewer committees, reducing a member's involvement. And I really have a worry going forward about what we would call democratic deficit. Are we really going to be able to control what we do in this council in future? It's, as some of the speakers have said, it's not simply about what's happening next year. It's will we ever recover in the future? And I think we have some very serious decisions to make, and more information is certainly welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. I can see no other hands or members looking to comment, so I'm going to invite Bill, if he'd like to, as seconder, to sum up. Thank you, and then I'll come to Liz.
Can I invite Liz? I think some of the questions went on to Ros White's portfolio as well. So if Ros and Liz could speak, and then I'll sum up.
Okay, thank you, Bill. Thanks, Ros.
Thank you. In response to assets, can I just remind people that one of the first things I did when I took over responsibility was to make sure that we had an asset strategy management. No longer were assets going to be disposed of behind scenes or with limited information, and that strategy has been upheld to. Secondly, you will remember earlier this year you had a asset disposal strategy came to the, or policy, sorry, not a strategy, it's asset disposal policy came to the council, and you can see that in there is very clear recommendation that at the appropriate time both the ward members and indeed where appropriate the town council, the parish or the city council would be informed and discussions would be had if regarding a disposal of an asset. And that has happened. It's done with a degree of confidentiality because on occasions, but most definitely, and there are people in the room I can look at and they know that they were informed and told about something early in the days. And of course, when we do that, we may need to give the town, parish or city council some time to respond and think about something. With disposing of assets in a logical, measured way over the next year or so. We have a beginning list of where we're going and what order. We have, in addition to the inherited governance, we've increased it and we now have a public subcommittee of the executive, which in fact the next one I think will be held tomorrow. So there are opportunities for all members to see the direction of travel. So when it comes to asset disposal, yes, we have got ideas about in what order and where we should find our monies, both commercial and in our own assets. But we're doing it in a managed way, and there won't be a long list. It will be done item by item and will no doubt be absolutely adhered to in terms of the asset disposal strategy. There's no way we're going to do this behind closed doors. We need to do it in a measured way, but members will be involved at the right time to ensure that they can respond and actually influence the direction of travel if needed.
Thank you, Ros. So moving on, Bill, would you like to, as seconder? Oh, Liz, sorry.
Sorry, Chair, you're not rid of me yet. There are a few other points to pick up, particularly the review of reserves, where we did acknowledge and apologise for the fact that those were late coming to executive, and there is a massive spreadsheet that sits in behind the two PDFs of the review, the reserves put together, the amalgamated reserves where they were still under the predecessor council headings, and the more recent PDF of the review of reserves. That work is still continuing. It is not complete yet. I know, particularly after the executive meeting, that many members who've been particularly district councillors approached me about certain reserves that they were concerned about and that they really wanted to ensure were still in place. That work needs to continue. We need to have a completely open door for any elected member to come forward and actually ask where a reserve can be found if it was expected that that reserve was clearly earmarked. So we will continue with that work. I think Ros has covered the devolution to parishes. Where we're going in the future in response to Councillor Mansell, the January executive will see the outline business case for the new Somerset Council, and that is, we acknowledge, a very short timescale for a piece of work of that magnitude to come forward. So I do accept that some people might have preferred a financial emergency declared earlier. We have to acknowledge, though, with our hats on, considering staff morale and well-being, that declaring a financial emergency was a really significant thing to do. And my concern was that we didn't do that too soon, that we waited until we knew it was absolutely essential, because to come so close after vesting day would have been even harsher, I believe, on our staff. We still don't have enough time. I agree with you with that. February budget setting feels as if it's just around the corner. We will have an outline business case. We will not have a detailed business case. One of the things that Councillor Wren mentioned was about how are other councils doing post section 114, and the leader of council and I have got the advantage of ongoing support from LGA Peer, and more mentoring is being offered now to all the members of the executive, all the lead members. The Tell Local Councillor, the TLC, is absolutely right. And this is a fast moving situation. Every time I've gone to a parish or town council or an LCN recently, I've ended up speaking for what I thought would be far too long, but actually is still not enough information for people. And so I'm very happy to keep doing that. I've lived through this in my own working life. I know how difficult it is, and I know how difficult it is for budget managers to actually find a way through to a new future. And I completely take your point that if we don't get it right, we don't adequately scrutinise the plans, that we could have a much bigger fall ahead. That must apply to all those other councils, and those councils who are right in behind us, perhaps not being quite as open as we are. I accept Councillor Fothergill's comment that a section 114 is not where anyone wants to go. That's why we've got this paper today. It's why this paper has been through scrutiny and audit and executive. I would just remind, though, that local government reorganisation was the choice of the previous administration to go forward at this time. I recall in a full council meeting that was on Teams when I proposed that we went ahead with the 21 elections and put off LGR until an easier time post-COVID, and was voted down. The move to Microsoft Dynamics was also a decision of a previous administration. I completely acknowledge that that is the right thing to do, particularly when we want a council to work in a financially more open and efficient way. But it is a massive challenge to do those two things at the same time when we have inflation and interest rates and the end of COVID grants. So the capitalisation direction, I completely agree that it is something that seems strange to people. It's only if you understand and are used to working with local authority accounting, where you keep the revenue and the capital separate, that it makes any sense at all. And the comment from Councillor Dimery about can we control and can we recover in future, that's what our business case will be for, that we'll be looking at in January. Thank you, Chair. Over to the leader.
Thank you, Liz. Yeah, over to you, Bill, please.
Thank you. Just a few last comments. I do thank the Leader of the Opposition for his sympathy. I'm on an LGA course with other new leaders of authorities. And when we went around the room, there was the leader of Birmingham and Croydon and Liverpool and myself all in the same room. And we had an interesting chat about the roles of commissioners and 114. Liverpool, by the way, don't have a 114, but they do have commissioners for other reasons. And it is an incredibly difficult position to be in, to hand over the reins, in effect, to outside consultants. And it is our determination and responsibility to make the tough decisions that will get us on the track to having a stable and financially secure in the future council. It will be a very, very tough process to get through this. I appreciate that the opposition have indicated they're going to abstain on this. On reflection, if we'd asked for the capitalisation earlier, we might have been able to see more detail. I know that's an option that the Cumbrian authorities did at their point of going through the unitary process. Whether that would have been added any comfort, I'm not sure. We will need to go through that process of asset disposal to understand how much of that borrowing will be required to fund that. We will obviously keep that down to a minimum as we go forwards. Fully appreciate the points made on democratic deficit. We had all the discussions about the unitary proposals. I'm very aware There's actually, it wasn't this council, it was Somerset County Council in which you proposed that, Liz. And I see colleagues of mine from Sedgemoor on the benches opposite, who of course supported the stronger Somerset business case. We all move on from those days, and sometimes we can reflect that maybe the right or wrong decision was taken as to whether to proceed with unitary at that point or not. We're here, and we're the ones that have to take the responsibility and the tough decisions to get this council back onto a stable footing for the residents of Somerset, and a council that we can once again be proud of for the right reasons. So I'm pleased to second this motion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Bill. Liz, is there anything more you want to add as proposed? And no, so we'll go to the vote. Thank you. We'll go to the vote, members, and can I just remind you what we're voting on? So full council is recommended to note that the council has declared a financial emergency and accordingly endorses the range of actions and mitigations being taken forward. Furthermore, the council fully supports the executive and senior officers to continue its discussions with the Department for Levelling Up, Housing and Communities, DLUHC, and formally requests a capitalisation direction in order to set the 24-25 budget. So can I have a show of hands, please, those in favour of that recommendation? Thank you, members. Okay, thank you. Those against, please. And now abstentions. Thank you very much. That's clearly carried. Thank you, members. It's now 4 o'clock. I think I could do with a break. So if we can say 10 minutes to take a bit of a comfort break, back here sharpish in 10 minutes, 10 past. Thank you, members.
As a billing authority for all of Somerset. Our income banded council tax reduction scheme approved in November 2022 has proved to be both workable and welcome for those whose household incomes have been under most pressure during the cost of living crisis. Following a light touch review, bear in mind that the CTRS only came in on the 1st of April. So this summer, a light touch review has allowed us to recommend rolling forward our scheme plus the exceptional hardship scheme without a need for further public consultation. So we did consider 3 options: to not uprate the income bands in line with inflation, to uprate the income bands by a figure representing, say, 50% of inflation, or to uprate the income bands in line with the DWP figure for inflationary increase to state benefits. This was 6.7%. So this recommendation has come forward from executive earlier this month, and with a further recommendation to continue with the exceptional hardship scheme, and also to agree to a full review of the scheme during the next financial year, with agreement of the cost of using external expert resources, as we did to establish the scheme for Somerset Council's first year. Richard Seeley, the officer who has led on all of this work for Somerset Council, is in the room. If there are any technical questions, Chair, they'll go straight to Richard. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. And I understand that David's very kindly happy to second this one. So, David, would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
Happy to second and reserve my right.
Thank you, David. Okay. So I'll open it up to members' comments then. Would anybody like to comment on the motion, please? Thank you, Mandy.
Thank you very much. Welcome the paper, and I also welcome that review that's coming next year. I think there's a few bits that would welcome being tweaked, so I look forward to that. Hope again that councillors can be involved, and I think it's really important for me that you look at the facts and figures, and we've talked about debt collection, etc. today, and for me it's just assuring ourselves that we are supporting people that really need it, not only those that we've got here, but there are lots of families that are, I'll call it just about managing in Somerset, that actually sort of sometimes fall through the net. So I welcome that work next year. I understand why we haven't done it this year, and look forward to that.
Thank you, Mandy. Is there anyone else? Nope, I see no others, so I'll come right back to David. Thank you, David.
Thanks very much indeed, Chair. I think there's very little to add to what Mandy's just said. This is a really important aspect about council tax collection and relief to very vulnerable people in our society. So very happy to support it and to continue to support it. So yeah, seconded.
Thank you, David. Liz, would you like to sum up?
From me, Chair, I think this paper speaks for itself, and I thank David for seconding.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's go to a vote though. So we are recommended to approve the council tax reduction and exceptional hardship schemes set out in appendices 4 and 5 to the report. Option 3 in relation to the income band threshold used within Schedule 1 of the proposed council tax reduction scheme, i.e. uprating in line with the 6.7% rise in state benefits announced by government in the autumn statement, and a full review of council tax reduction scheme during the 24-25 financial year to identify options for a revised scheme in the 25-26 financial year. Okay, so those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you very much. Anybody against? Anybody abstaining? Any abstentions? Excellent, that's unanimous. Thank you very much indeed, members. Thank you. Okay, paper C. Excuse me, paper C. This is the annual Treasury Management Outturn Report 22 and 23. We've got paper C1 and C2, Liz. I think we'll take those together, I think, will we? And I'm going to hand over to you for both of those, Liz, if I may.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm pleased to say we're joined online by Alan Sanford, our Principal Investment Officer. So again, technical questions will go to Alan. So in C1, these reports, appendices 1 to 5, they're the Treasury Management Outturn reports from the 5 predecessor councils and come to full council as part of the SIPFA requirement for full council to receive and approve an annual strategy, a mid-year review and an annual report after the close of the financial year. So clearly C1 is after the close of the financial year. These appendices have been to executive in October and now come to full council for approval. Paper C2 is the Treasury Management Mid-Year Report for the current financial year 23-24. Executive has also approved this paper and recommends for full council approval. It shows the total inherited portfolios and movements in the first 6 months of Somerset Council's first year. If there are any questions, I'm sure Alan Sanford will be able to give us correct answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Do you have a seconder? Bill, thank you, Bill. Do you want to speak now or reserve your right?
I'll hold my right to respond at the end of the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Okay, opening up to members' comments then. Do we have any members' comments on paper C of this agenda item? Thank you, Mandy.
Thank you very much. And as again, a good read, as I know Liz and I always like reading this paper every year. It's just a comment really on the investments overall. I mean, I went through all the individual papers actually and added them up. And when I had a look, they've dropped by 30%-ish, just under, in that sort of 1 year. And I think I lost a sense of that in this sort of covering paper. So that was only my comment, just that everybody in the room is aware the investments over that 1 year dropped by just short of 30%. Thank you.
Thank you, Mandy. Any other members' comments? No, thank you very much. Yes, one's gone up. Lee.
Sorry, Chair, I just seek a point of clarification, really. Paper C, that includes the outturns from the previous councils. There was an issue previously where members weren't comfortable voting for outturns for councils they weren't part of. So the question was, are you going to take it as one paper or individual votes on this one?
Yeah, it does include that, Lee, and we're taking it as one paper. Thank you very much. Hope that clarifies that. No other hands are up, so I'm going to go back to you, Bill, as seconder. Thank you.
If I may just respond on investment drop, this is something we've seen right across the country. Post-COVID, I should think it's been seen right across the world, and it will include, of course, the pooled funds as well, where we have significant pooled funds from all 5 councils. In fact, I think, but I would need to have this confirmed by Alan Sanford. I think we're probably exceeding our investment in the CCLA pooled funds at the moment. And so there will need to be rationalisation of those investments. I think also the commercial investments, I'm not sure if you're including those as well, Mandy, in your comments. No, the investments. So I don't know if Alan wishes to come in at this point.
Alan, have you got anything of value to add, Alan, online?
Not really. I'm not quite sure what the drop of 30% is. Is it from the 31st of March to 30th of September, Mandy, or what exactly does that cover?
Please do, yeah.
Yeah, I went through all the investment figures in all the previous councils and added them all through, because I don't think they were covered in the covering paper for the previous year. So I just went through and added them all up. And when I added them all up, they came to 30% less. Thank you.
Alan, can you help with that briefly?
I've not been privy to the outturned papers of the districts, so I can't comment on that, I'm afraid.
Should we get? You're okay. Okay.
I'll suggest we get a written answer on that one in due course.
Jason, is there anything you can add to that, Jason? If I just bring Jason in at the back.
Yeah, it will reflect the change in the cash flows. Obviously, we inherited a lot of short-term debt and therefore have been repaying that by paring down our investments. So it's reflecting that switch as a new council. But I'm happy to provide a written answer with the full details there, explaining how that's moved from the 1st of April to where end of September.
Thank you. Don't need a written answer. It's all available. I just had to pull it from several places. Thank you.
That's fine, Mandy. Thank you. Bill, coming back to you a second. Thank you.
Nothing further to add, Mr. Chairman. Formally, second.
Thank you. Nothing more from you, Liz? No. Okay, we'll go to a vote then on this one. And this is the full council approves the reports as being in compliance with the SIPFA Code of Practice for Treasury Management. So all those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you very much indeed. Anybody against? No. Any abstentions? A couple of extensions at the back. Okay, so that's carried. Thank you very much indeed, members. Okay, we're going on to paper D now. Is the Harbour Management Advisory Committee report, paper D, and I'm going to hand over to Bill to introduce the paper. Thank you, Bill.
Thank you, Chair. As members will be aware, Somerset Council has ports and harbours within our areas of responsibility. The council is the statutory harbour authority and competent harbour authority for the Port of Bridgwater, the statutory harbour authority for Minehead and Watchet harbours, and the statutory responsibility for Bridgwater docks. Full council previously agreed...
Sorry, Bill, can I interrupt? Can I ask you to bring the microphone close so there's some members down the bottom can't hear you? Thank you. Thank you.
No problem at all. Full council previously agreed that the responsibility for the council's functions as statutory harbour authority and the role of duty holder should sit with the executive. As the duty holder, the executive is responsible for ensuring that Somerset Council complies with the Port Marine Safety Code. Many councils and harbours and ports, such as Cornwall and Dorset, have established harbour management committees. On the 15th of March, the executive resolved to establish a Harbour Management Advisory Committee as an executive subcommittee from the 1st of April. In order to widen the membership experience and expertise of the Harbour Management Advisory Committee, the report seeks support from Council to disband the current committee and recommends the Harbour Management Committee to full council. The advantage of this approach is that we will be able to appoint members to represent those coastal communities and other members who have relevant experience to work with us, and also as co-opted non-voting members on that committee. The committee is a committee of council and therefore should be politically proportional. Chair, do have to just give you an apology that we had some legal advice shortly before this meeting, and I'd like to make it a small amendment to recommendation 4, which is the appointment of 6 elected members be delegated to the monitoring officer as nominated by the relevant group leaders, just so that we can check the names are compliant with legislation. We just sort of a last minute hitch that we don't want to get involved with. I understand Councillor Fothergill is happy to second that.
Thank you very much.
I'm happy to second that amendment.
Lovely, thank you. Yeah, Lee, can I bring you in? I understand you're kind enough to second the initial motion.
Chair, I formally seconded, but reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so let's open up for members' comments if we can. Has any member got any comment they'd like to? Thank you, Mandy.
Thank you. I'd just like to say thank you really to the leader. I think it's a really positive move involving local councillors who know their areas best. I think it will add to the value and hopefully will help the council moving forward.
Thank you, Mandy. Any other comments from members? No, I'm coming back to you then, Lee.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I'd like to thank the Leader of Council for listening to us and reviewing and redesigning the proposal. Again, the cross-party element means that people near the water would have more of an influence over the water near them than executive members who wouldn't have any water apart from the levels near them. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to formally second, Chair.
Thank you, Lee. Just some advice from the monitoring officer. We're going to have to take this an amendment. So first of all, David and Bill, do you want to say any more in terms of the amendment?
No, just to respond to Councillor Redmond that the levels water all ends up in Bridgewater. So so all routes lead to the same place, I'm afraid. So
thank you, Bill. And I'll go to Lee then on the substantive. Lee, any more?
No, happy. No, Chair.
Okay. Can we vote on the amendment? Thank you. Those in favour of the amendment? Sorry, members. Thank you. Those against? Any abstentions? No. Oh, one. Hugh Davis. Thank you, Hugh. Okay. Thank you very much indeed. Now we'll go on the substantive motion. And there's quite a lengthy motion. Are members happy for it's in the pack, it's on your pack. Are members happy to go on the basis of that? Yeah, thank you, Andy. Those in favour of the motion, please raise your hand. Lovely, thank you. Those against? Any abstentions? One. Okay, thank you. Thank you, members. That's passed. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go on to yes, we've got you, Hugh, isn't it?
Chair, why I've abstained is because I'm the only member from the county, Somerset, on the committee that we're talking about. So I thought I shouldn't vote for myself. It's out of order.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you for the explanation, Hugh. Right, moving on then, paper E. And this is the paper E is, just bear with me a second. This is the proposed withdrawal and dissolution of the Heart of the South West Joint Committee. And I'm going to hand over to Bill again. Over to you, Bill.
Thanks again, Chair. So this report follows a steer from leaders of partner councils in the heart of the South West. So that's Devon County Council, Exeter City Council, Torbay Council, Plymouth City Council, and etc. And we're bringing this here because they've all agreed to dissolve the Heart of the South West Joint Committee. So we'd be very lonely if we turned up without them. So just to clarify for everyone's benefit that this is not the local enterprise partnership. So we're not dealing with the LEP committee or its joint scrutiny committee. This was a partnership vehicle to provide a forum for local authority engagement with the LEP and with government. The joint committees worked on various issues in its time, such as the local industrial strategy, coastal productivity plan, housing task force, and regional imbalances. The report sets out the case for change, which is supported by all of our partners. I understand that Councillor Fothergill was there at the birth and is quite happy to be there at the demise.
Thank you, Bill. David, are you happy to second?
I'm happy to second. I have a few words to say after the debate.
Thank you. Thank you, David. Okay, opening up, excuse me, to members' comments, please. Anybody like, a member like to comment? No, I see no hands. So back to you, please, David.
Thank you very much. I felt it was appropriate to say a few words. The Heart of the South West Joint Committee was a really important vehicle for a number of years. It was our vehicle to talk to government on behalf of, I think it was about 17 authorities in total, on issues which affected us all. And I remember the very first meeting with quite a junior minister in the Housing and Communities Ministry, who said that it was I think he said it was a seedling that needed to be watered and nurtured because it had great potential, the Joint Committee. I think we did water it and nurture it for a few years. It's clearly outlived its purpose. Devon have moved on, Plymouth have moved on, we think. Torbay have moved on. And it's right that it's now stood down. These organisations, once they've fulfilled their purpose, should be officially stood down, and I'm delighted to second it.
Thank you very much, David. Okay, so full council is recommended to agree the council serve notice of its withdrawal and that the Heart of the South West Joint Committee be dissolved on the 31st of December of this year. So those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. Any against? No. Any abstentions? No, that's unanimous. Thank you, members. Okay, moving on, paper F. Final one on this agenda item, and paper F is the Housing Revenue Account Q1, and I'm going to pass to Federica, please, to introduce this one. Thank you, Fed.
Thank you, Chair. So this paper is coming before us. It was considered by the executive back in October, but we're needing full council to, or it's been recommended to full council a supplementary capital budget approval of just over £3 million. This is in relation to our spend on fire safety. Just as a reminder to everyone, the HRA is a ring-fenced provision that supports the social housing that we have in the north and the west of the county, in the Old Sedgemoor and Somerset West and Taunton. We look after approximately 10,000 homes, and we provide a different level of housing, whether that's general needs, sheltered and extra care facilities. After undertaking some work and post Grenville and the legislation that has come out of that, we do need to do work in relation to fire doors, emergency lighting, fire safety flooring to communal areas and consumer unit upgrades as just some of the activities. So I do recommend it to council that we spend this so that we ensure that our tenants are living in safe and habitable environments.
Thank you, Fed. Do you have a seconder? Liz, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I cannot think of anything more important than completing the fire safety work, so I'm very happy to second this paper. Thank you.
Thank you. So inviting members' comments. Thank you, John.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to support this as chairman of the Devon and Somerset Fire and Rescue Authority. I think this is an excellent thing to bring forward, and I absolutely stand squarely behind it. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you. Any other members' comments? No. Okay, we'll go back to the seconder. Back to you, Liz.
I'm happy for this to go to the vote, Chair.
Much. Do I go to Fed? Fed, can I come back to you?
Happy to go straight to the vote, Chair.
Thank you, Fed. I do like this. Okay, members, those in favour, please raise your hands. Lovely, thank you. Those against? Any abstentions? No, it's unanimous. Thank you very much indeed, members. Those are all the conclusion of those 6 papers. Okay. Oh, I didn't actually read out what we're voting for, but there we are. Let's go on to the next one. Apologies. I can read it out retrospectively. But yeah, agenda item 7, I got carried away there. Agenda item 7 is the report of the Executive Director for Corporate and Resources. So I'm going to ask the Deputy Leader, Liz, to introduce this one. Thank you, Liz.
Sorry, point of order, isn't this the item where a number of people need to leave the room?
Very good point. Thank you. Yes, it is. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As after what was said earlier, I'll be leaving the room.
Thank you, members. Thank you, David. We forgot that. Okay, thanks, members. David, thank you for reminding me there. Okay, so I'm going to ask Liz to introduce this report. Thank you.
Sorry, Chair. Before we do, can I just say that we would like to call for a named vote on this? I think it's really important we know who's in the room voting on this and who's not in the room voting on this. And if you need me to stand with a number of members for that, then I'm happy to.
Okay, David, I understand we need 5 members to support that vote. That's plenty. Thank you. Right. Back to you, Liz, to introduce. Thank you. It will be a named vote.
Thank you very much, Chair. So the recommendation for council tax premiums was approved last November with expectations that those premiums would be implemented from April 24. However, national consultation has delayed that date, and there are now likely to be exemptions to the premium on some second homes, which will be to the benefit of people in Somerset. A link is included in the paper for anybody who wishes to view that consultation. So the recommendation is in 2 parts: to reduce the qualifying period for the long-term empty property premium to 1 year, which was formerly 2 years, and that to come into effect from the 1st of April 24, and to implement 100% premium on second homes effective from the 1st of April 2025, as that needs a year's notice. Full Council is also recommended to delegate to the Section 151 officer to enable him to amend the policy when the exemptions from the premiums are subsequently amended by government. Chair Richard Seeley again is in the room if we have any technical questions, but it's important to realise that we did take this paper last November and this is slightly amended, but basically the same paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. And I understand, Bill, you're seconding. Would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're opening up for members' comments then, I think. Thank you, David.
It's not really a comment. I just wanted to explain the reason for calling for a name vote. I think it's really important that people feel comfortable that they've been excluded from the vote or included in the vote. So there's nothing other sinister than I think it's right that people know where they stand.
Thank you. Any other comments? No, coming back to you, Bill, as seconder. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Michael, I didn't see your hand till late. Over to you. Apologies.
Just a clarification, really. It's 100% premium for second homes, brackets, dwellings which are furnished but unoccupied. So if you wanted to avoid paying this, you just take all the furnishings out of your house and it would just be empty. Is that what I'm seeing here?
Yeah, you might want to call on Richard Seeley. There are, of course, other things like Class C and Class D that apply to unfurnished homes, either in between, say, tenancies or homes that are being refurbished, say. I don't know whether Richard Seeley needs to come in at that point.
Yeah, I'll bring Richard. Are you there, Richard? Could you turn off your microphone, please, Michael? Thank you. Yes, thank you, Richard.
Thank you, Chair. So to clarify, technically, yes, you could take the furniture out of the house in order to try and avoid the premium on the basis of it being a second home. What would then happen, though, is that you would attract the premium on the basis of it being an empty property. So, and as you'll see, there are two, essentially this covers 2 areas, both long-term empty properties and second homes. So effectively that wouldn't work.
Thank you, Richard. Andy, I think your hand was up.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just a question, a technical question, and I apologise if I've missed it in the paper. The second recommendation, council has recommended to delegate powers to council's 151 officer to enable them to amend the policy there. Is there a threshold at which that amendment would come back to full council? It's not detailed in the recommendation. Again, I apologise if I've missed it in the paper.
I think, Chair, that it follows the consultation and when that becomes formally adopted. But again, I'll defer to Richard.
Richard's kindly got his hand up. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you, Chair. So that recommendation is there to simply reflect the fact that we are still awaiting a statutory instrument from government, which will introduce formally a number of exemptions from the premiums. So essentially, the recommendation limits the powers of the Section 151 to only being able to amend the policy to the extent that it's necessary for those exemptions to work. If we went beyond, if we're trying to go beyond that, then yes, it would have to come back to you as members.
So essentially, there's no scope in there at all for the 151 officer to implement 110% premium, for example.
No, essentially, it's a short answer to that.
Thank you, Richard. Okay, any other members' comments? No, so I'm coming back to you, Bill, a seconder. Nothing from you, Liz? No. Okay, so we're going to go to a named vote on this. So I'm going to pass over to David, who will take us through the named vote. Thank you, David.
Okay, if I can start with Councillor Steve Ashton. 4. Councillor John Bailey. Councillor Jason Baker. Left the room. Councillor Lee Baker.
As chair, I'll abstain. Thank you.
Councillor Marcus Barr. Councillor Mike Best is here. Councillor Brian Bolt. Councillor Adam Boyden, has he arrived? Councillor Alan Bradford. Councillor Hilary Bruce.
4.
Councillor Theo Butt Phillip. Councillor Mike Caswell. Councillor Norman Cavill. Councillor Nicola Clark. Councillor Barry Clark. Councillor Peter Clayton. Councillor Simon Coles.
4.
Councillor Nick Cottle. Councillor Adam Dance. Councillor Dixie Darch. Councillor Hugh Davies.
4.
Councillor Tom Deacon. Councillor Don Denton. Councillor Martin Dimmery. Councillor Andy Dingwall. 4. Councillor Michael Dunk.
4.
Councillor Caroline Ellis. Councillor Habib Farbahi. Councillor Ben Ferguson. Councillor Bob Filner. Councillor David Fothergill.
4.
Councillor Tony Grimes.
4.
Councillor Andy Hadley. 4. Councillor Pauline Ham.
4.
Councillor Philip Ham.
4.
Councillor Mark Healy. Councillor Alistair Hendry. Councillor Ross Henley. Councillor Mike Hewitson. Councillor Edric Hobbs.
4.
Councillor Henry Hobbshouse.
4.
Councillor John Hunt.
4.
Councillor Don Johnson. Councillor Jenny Kenton. Councillor Marcus Kravis. Councillor Liz Lyshan.
4.
Councillor Tony Locke. Councillor Martin Lovell. Councillor David Mansell. Councillor Matt Martin.
4.
Councillor Kevin Messenger.
4.
Councillor Harry Munt. Councillor Tessa Munt. Councillor Mike Murphy. Councillor Francis Nicholson. Councillor Graham Oakes. Councillor Sue Osborne. Councillor Connor Payne. Councillor Kathy Pearce. Councillor Derek Perry. Councillor Evie Potts Jones. Councillor Hazel Pryor Sankey. Councillor Faye Purbrick. Councillor Wes Reid. Councillor Lee Redman. Councillor Bill Revans. 4. Councillor Mike Rigby.
Councillor Diego Rodriguez, Councillor Joe Roundel Green, Councillor Dean Ruddle, Councillor Peter Sieb,
For.
Councillor Heather Shearer, Councillor Brian Smedley, Councillor Federica Smith Roberts, Councillor Andy Stockton, Councillor Mike Stanton, Councillor Andy Sully, Councillor Claire Sully, Councillor Sarah Wakefield, Councillor Martin Whale, Councillor Richard Wilkins, Councillor David Vaughan, Councillor Rosemary Woods, Councillor Gwyl Wren, and last but not least, Councillor Ros White. It's clearly carried.
Thank you, members. That's carried. Can I ask the officers, please, to let those members that have been sent out the room to come back in, please? Thank you. Well, those that are still here. Thanks, David. Yeah, no, that's fine. Okay, thanks, members. For those of you, if we can just come to order, please, members. Thank you. For those of you who left the room, the motion was carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, we are now moving on to agenda item number 8, which is the report of the Chief Executive. So I'm going to hand over to the man on my right, Duncan. Over to you, Duncan. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief. Unfortunately, members will have seen reports of this format before, but members will recall as part of the One Somerset business case, there were detailed savings proposals, which required us to look at the structure of the management of the new council. We're still working through those processes. As members will recall, I think the original plan was about 3 years to get through the full amount of the savings. This is a further report in a series of those reports, particularly driven by the fact that the legislation requires any redundancy or exit package, which is over £100,000 in cash value, to come to full council. That figure has not been uprated by inflation, I think, ever since it was introduced. Therefore, it is catching more and more packages because particularly pension strain for anyone over 55 is a substantial cost just by dint of the way it's calculated. So what you can see here, unfortunately, we're losing 16 colleagues as part of this process, 5 of whom, and not by name, obviously, but by the figures are identified in Schedule A, are over that £100,000 threshold, therefore require full council's approval for that package. I'll stop at that, Chair. I'm very happy to take any questions, but I think Councillor Butt Phillips is introducing the paper.
Thank you, Duncan. Yeah, over to you, Theo, to propose. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I have very little to add to what Duncan has said, except to address a question which has been put to me by a couple of colleagues. Colleagues have questioned the enhanced column on the table of redundancy pay, and it's just to explain what that is. The first column is the statutory element of the redundancy pay. The enhanced element is the element to which departing colleagues are entitled to as a result of their terms and conditions. This is not money that we have decided out of the goodness of our hearts that we want to pay additionally. It is something they are entitled to under the terms of conditions beyond what would be the legal minimum. So it's just to make that clear to people, because I know it's been asked. Other than that, I have nothing to add to what Duncan has said, and I will happily propose this.
Thank you, Theo. I understand that Faye's kind enough to second it. Is that right, Faye?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, happy to second and reserve the right to speak.
Thank you, Faye. Okay, so let's open up for members' comments. Have we got anybody who'd like to comment on this motion, please, members? Thank you, David.
So I think the recommendations here are we will support. I think the timing is unfortunate, and particularly the timing with the consultation on the communities, which is now set about identifying a number of redundancy savings. I remember a meeting in November 2019 with two colleagues who are also in this room who asked me not to announce any redundancies before Christmas. And I gladly agreed to that because I felt that was important as part of the unitary business case that we didn't talk about redundancies before Christmas. I understand these redundancies are coming at a particularly difficult time for people. So I regret the timing, but I support the initiative.
Thank you, David. I'll just look for any other comments. Duncan wants to come back, but is there any other comments on the floor, please? No, thank you, Duncan.
Thank you. And I was purely going to agree, Chair, with Councillor Fothergill. We are trying not to do that. Unfortunately, some of the timings we haven't had a choice in terms of starting processes because we are on 45-day consultation processes. I have to say these redundancies that we're talking about here were announced quite a long time ago. This is a culmination of the process. So everyone involved in the process, this is not an unwelcome Christmas surprise to them. Obviously, the result may well be unwelcome and it is close to Christmas. But unfortunately, in the position we're in, we're probably going to have a lot more of these and they will run over the whole 12 months. We will try as far as we can not to do that to people over Christmas. But unfortunately, because of the pressure we're under, we can't promise that right now.
Thank you, Duncan. I see no other hands from members, so I'm going to come back to you, please, Faye. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. And Councillor Fothergill's kind of summed up some of what I was going to say, particularly, I think, to thank these people for their service. You know, they represent all parts of their constituent parts of the council. And it's really key in coming together under the unitary that we have people working together. It's sad to see anybody leaving, but we recognise their contribution and thank them for their service. And you will see from the numbers on this table that will be many years of service in many cases. Thanks.
Thank you, Faye. Back to you, Theo, as proposer.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to associate myself with most of the comments there made by Faye, to thank the colleagues who are departing for their many years of service.
Thank you, Theo. So, members, I'm going to read the recommendation here. So, the recommendations are that the council approve the severance costs for 5 posts as set out in Appendix A, where full council approval is required for costs that exceed £100,000, and to delegate authority to the chief executive to agree the final date of dismissal and the final redundancy packages, noting that such settlements will not exceed contractual redundancy pay, the payment required under statute to the local government pension scheme, or the requirement for full council approval for any severance payment that exceeds 100,000. So those members in favour, please can I ask you to raise your hands? Thank you. Any against? No, any abstentions? 1. Okay, thank you, Ros. Okay, that's carried. Thank you, members. Thank you very much indeed. Okay. Agenda item 9. So this is the reports of the Standards Committee, members' declaration and gifts and hospitality. So I'm going to pass over, I think, to John Bailey, who's the chair of that committee. John, good afternoon.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, and thank you, members. Christmas has been mentioned, so could I just personally wish compliments of the season to everybody in the room, and I hope you have a good festive season. It's a sober and important paper, this, and it's been produced across all the parties. It's a cross-party committee along with 4 co-opted members, and I'd like to thank them for the time and effort they put into exploring a range of options. This was referred to us initially by the Constitution and Governance Committee, and I'm only you've got the papers to read, so I'm only going to give a wee bit of background. And it's largely about the tarnished reputation that democracy has had across the country. And I think we need to be very careful that we're open and that we're clear and transparent about what we do.
The point was made that we need to look at the size of the gifts and hospitality, and I don't need to say any more about what's on the papers because you can read that. But I would commend you to take on board the recommendations that are inherent in 2.1 in that paper. And Brian Smedley is seconding.
Thank you, John. Brian, can I pass to you?
Yeah, thank you. I only just need to formally second this in the knowledge that it might have a circular route.
I'm going to open it up for comments now, so thank you, Bill.
Thank you, Chair, and John, thank you to your committee for the work you've done on this area. I do appreciate the need for transparency around gifts and hospitality. I think it's really important because it's an issue of public interest, which is really important. I'm going to propose that we refer this back to the committee. I think there are a number of areas where I think we just need to take a little bit more time to consult with members and just to think through the proposals. By reducing it to £10, we are taking it to the level of a buffet or coffee and cake, which is a significant step down from where we are at the moment. And I fully appreciate the need for transparency. My concern is that we have to declare what we are offered, even if we decline it. And by taking it down to this level, if we don't attend an event to which we are invited, and that happens to be a buffet, which is £10.50 a head, we have put ourselves in a position where this can't be enforced. And then we put ourselves in danger of being in breach of standards, and it becomes incredibly difficult and complicated. The other problem I have with this is I think we need to understand what the additional impact that will have on the democratic services staff in order to administer this and the amount of time that will take. So while I applaud the intent, I would just ask if the committee could have a look at it again. Maybe the figure could be raised slightly so that it was back perhaps £25, maybe. That's the job for the committee to look at. And if we could have an estimate as to what the extra work involved with Dem services would be, I think that would be preferable. So reference back, please, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Bill. I'm going to just take Hazel first. Hazel.
Thank you, Chair. I do have to say I agree with Bill. I think that this was maybe conceived through the very highest motives, but if you can imagine everybody declaring everything because they aren't sure the value of which, and it would either overload democratic services, or if we have to come into County Hall to fill in a register, then we'd all be claiming for travel to County Hall because we don't go there very often to fill in a register, and it just makes it absolute mockery of the situation. We're not talking about millions, we're not talking about, you know, very much here, but it just seems that there's absolutely no trust left in public servants, which is what we are these days. And to say that it should be £10 is an absolute crazy thing. I mean, it's been £25 for many years on Somerset County Council and Somerset West and Taunton, the other councils, I guess. And I thought we were moving forward with the £50 limit. But you know, to have this would be, I think, an absolute retrograde. In fact, I'm completely surprised it ever got to this stage before it was noticed. And I'm surprised that officers didn't, because there's no impact statement in this paper about the impact of those proposals, which I think, how did it get there without somebody picking this up, that the impact that would have? So I welcome a reference back, and let's have a little bit of sanity in this, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Hazel. Let's bring in David.
I think I'm seconding the amendment. So I'm happy to second the amendment, but just reserve my right to speak if I may till later.
Okay, thanks, David. We're just going to take the comments. Let's just bring Martin in, please.
Yeah, I'd just like to say on this committee, and it should be viewed from the point of view that co-opted members were very much in support of this. That's the impression that is given from the outside of councillors who claim expenses or perhaps don't declare things, gifts. I don't think the idea of a buffet, attendance at buffet was ever considered in this. I mean, I understand the objections and, you know, will support taking it back. But there was a logical reason why this decision was made, and it was to protect our reputations.
Thank you, Martin. Connor.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of points, because I think when you go into the detail again, it's sort of there's a couple of things. My concern with the recommendation would be that if I was refusing to attend a buffet, say, for example, the Cotley Hunt in my division might turn around and offer me a place at a day there, and I turn that down. Maybe some local campaigners might infer that as me not supporting the hunt or the hunt not supporting them. I would not like my affiliation to be decided through what I'm attending and what I'm not attending. I don't know whether that's been considered. The other thing I think as well, when would it come into effect? Does it come into effect once you send an RSPV? Is that RSVP? That's the one. Does it come into effect when you send that off? Because I've had invites that have been in my spam before. I mean, not for major things, just come along and have a chat or whatever. But does it come into effect when you reply and say, no, I can't come? Or, you know, if you miss something, is that, oh, I should have really picked that up. That's when it's an issue, that kind of thing. And then my only final comment on it would be that if we're declaring what we're receiving, that we should be declaring what we're spending in our divisions as well, perhaps on businesses and some residents groups and things like that. I think it's as important to declare what we're spending over £10 as it is to declare what we're receiving over £10. Just a few comments, that's all. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Connor. We've got an amendment which I'm going to come back to, but let me just bring in Mark if I can first.
Thank you, Chairman. I totally support what Councillor Revens has said and what David Fothergill second. What springs to mind to me, Chairman, have we been to the LGA and asked their ruling on it as well, what they feel? Because, you know, I look at the comment that the councillor made behind me about reputation in Taff. I think my reputation is worth 25 quid, more than £10. And as you say, we now have to declare whether we're going to do it or we're going to have to declare whether we don't do it. You know what you'll get in a minute is democracy gone balmy here. And that's where we are. So I don't know whether the chief exec or maybe Councillor Fothergill can answer that question. He's on the LGA. It's just something I'd like to know. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Let's just bring in Martin. We've got one more hand. I'd like to bring that one in.
Thank you. It's really a point on the recommendations. It says elected members. Does this refer to all elected members, i.e. our chairman, or when we are representing the council in an official capacity? I would think Mike Breast or his deputy up there are going to get thinner then, because they will be writing a report to Democratic Services every week, at least once a week, and it makes no sense whatever, Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Martin. We have had an amendment here proposed by Bill and seconded by David. Would you like to say any more before we vote on that amendment, David?
I think this has got an enormous amount of unintended consequences to this recommendation. Just an example, about 2 weeks ago, I was invited to Stoke St Gregory carol singing in the village hall, which I didn't attend, but subsequently found out that they provided mulled wine and mince pies. I would have gone if I'd known. But it would have been something that would have taken me over £10 and I wouldn't have known about it really. So I do think, you know, we've got to be very realistic about this. You know, we all come into this role to do the very best for our communities. We have to put that first and foremost. We're not here to line our pockets. The vast majority, I would say virtually everybody I've met, does not have that view. And therefore, we've just got to, I think, take a very mature approach to refer it back.
Okay, thank you, David. Anything more from you, Bill?
Yeah, I think just to say, I think there is the best of intentions behind this. I think the visibility and transparency on where we are giving gifts and hospitality is important for it to be registered for that public perception. I just think the proposal as it's written at that level, I think gives us a difficulty if that goes through, and it just needs some reconsideration. As for the point about things that we spend in our community, my goodness, if I have to declare every raffle ticket I get mugged for when you go to an event, I think life might get far too interesting. So I hope that that proposal isn't taken up. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Bill. So members, we've got, okay, let's just, Hugh, okay, Hugh.
Chair, excuse me, I sit on this committee. I was totally against you getting anything. So I'll put that out to you all. But what I rose was, I would suggest that you withdraw everything at the moment and bring it back to the next meeting, because I just think you should discuss with the chair the reason why this figure was brought about. And David Folligo has touched on it, but he hasn't touched on it, or he doesn't know he's touched on it. But there are reasons why, and very big reasons. So I ask you to withdraw it and look at it again. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Hugh. Yes, Bill.
So for clarification, this isn't an amendment, it's a reference back, which I believe is permissible under our standing orders. Yes, well, it is.
Yeah, so it's technically an amendment, but you are permitted an amendment to the motion to refer it to a relevant committee, which is what is being proposed here, to refer it back to Standards Committee.
Okay, members, I'm just seeking some advice here. So we're voting on the amendment to refer it back to the Standards Committee. Okay, that's what we're voting on, what Bill has proposed and David has seconded, to refer it back to the Standards Committee, which John chairs. So can I have those in favour, please? Thank you. Those against? No, any abstentions? 1, 2. Thank you. Okay, that's carried. Thank you, members. Bear with me a second. Yeah, John, let's bring John in. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Chair. Just, I'm perfectly happy to take this back to Standards Committee. Just a few comments. There was nobody implying that anybody was lining their pockets, and I think that's inherent in all the current legislation anyway. Secondly, that just the committee is completely sane and has been verified as that, so rest assured on that one. And could I just say, in terms of widening the consultation, I'm more than happy to accept comments from all the members, and that's probably the best way to go forward. So we collate these before the next meeting, which is on the 24th of January from memory, and please fire them to me. Is that best, or to the monitoring officer? Could I just seek clarification on that?
To the monitoring officer, please, John, and members' comments, and then we'll pass it to John.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. So we've now got a substantive motion then that we're going to be voting on, members, if we can. So that is to send this back to the Standards Committee. Can I just have those in favour, please? Lovely. Those against? Any abstentions? 1, 2. Okay. Thank you very much indeed, members. Thank you. Okay, we're moving on nicely here, members, to number 10 on the agenda, report of the Licensing and Regulatory Committee. So I'm going to ask the Vice Chair of the Licensing and Regulatory Committee, Marcus Kravis, to introduce a report. If Marcus is still here, over to you, Marcus. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. It's quite a simple recommendation, this one. The Council has recommended to approve the Statement of Principles - the gambling policy. Obviously, if you look above that line in your agenda 2.1, you'll see it refers back to paper A and the appendices. I'm sure you've all taken great joy in reading paper A and all the appendices and know it word for word. A little bit of history here. I mean, a little bit of history here. Obviously, with Unitary, part of the order was that we had to merge the policies such as licensing and gambling policies within the first 12 months. Obviously, you I think it was the last full council before, we did the licensing policy. I wasn't here for that meeting, but here there was a few members of the public here for that one. The gambling policy hasn't been quite so stimulating to members of the public. On the consultation, I think I think you can see there weren't very many consultations at all. There could actually be a reason for that. Is because the gambling policy is because the Gaming Act the Gambling Act in 2005 was then all the gambling policies come up for review every 3 years. So actually what will happen is that all the expensive licensing lawyers that works for national companies will have in their diary that they need to consult on the licensing policy at a certain date. But obviously this has maybe taken them all by surprise. And I think it's very noticeable. There's only one national operator that's commented on this statement of the gambling policy. So that's the history of it. It was consulted upon. I think it was over a 6-7 week period. It went to the licensing committee on October the 12th, the papers that you got in front of you. And there was very little discussion, I must admit, at that licensing meeting. It's been passed and it's now in front of you, or it's been sent to you for passing. The only other thing I would say is that if there are any questions, I have Jack Godley here from the licensing team. Obviously, each of your district councils, if you're on them, had a gambling policy. They were all much the same. Some were slightly different to the other. I think the team's done an excellent job of merging them together. If you look at all the gambling policies throughout the country, there is quite a lot of influence from the Gambling Commission in them. But that said, I think ours is a very good one at this moment as it stands. So take pleasure in moving that or putting it for you for recommendations. I'm here for any questions. I think I've got a second, Frederica Smith, and Jack Godley is being sat very patiently today for any questions that we can't answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus. You're right. We've got Fed to second. Over to you, Fed.
I will reserve my right to come in at the end.
Thank you. So could I open this up to members' comments then? Has anybody got any comments they'd like to raise on this motion, please? No, nothing at all. Back to you then, Fed.
I just want to thank the team for the work that they've done on this and pulling this together, doing the consultation work and bringing it forward. And thanks to the licensing committee as well.
Thank you. Anything more from you, Marcus?
No, I'll quit while I'm ahead. Thank you, Chair.
Let's take a vote then, please. Members, those in favour to recommend and approve the Statement of Principles Gambling Policy, hands up if you would. Thank you very much. Those against? No. Any abstentions? Okay, that's carried unanimously. Thank you, members. So moving on, we're on agenda item number 11 here, which is a motion on notice. This is on pages 485 to 486 of your pack. And this is a motion on the bilateral ceasefire in Israel-Gaza conflict. So we're being asked to consider the motion here that's been proposed by Helen Kay and seconded by Habib. So I'm going to invite Helen to present the motion to council. Thank you, Helen.
Chair. Firstly, on a personal note, only a few of you will know that I am actually part Jewish, 1/4 to be exact. My great-grandparents were Jewish refugees from Odessa, fleeing the pogroms in 1905. And my grandfather was a businessman in the 30s and changed his name to Kay due to anti-Semitism. My surname is actually K-Kreisman, but I don't use it as I've experienced a little bit of low-level anti-Semitism in the past. So though I don't identify as Jewish, I do feel some connection to Israel, and I've been very shocked by the attacks on innocent civilians on the 7th of October. And of course, I condemn the actions of Hamas. However, I'm equally shocked at the disproportionate response of Israel in killing so many innocent civilians in Gaza and the destruction of so many buildings and infrastructure in the quest to disable the military capacity of Hamas. But while this war has commanded our attention since 7th of October, I'm sure you'll know there's been tension between the Palestinian and Jewish communities for about 100 years, mainly for land rights. The problem for me is that Hamas also represents an ideology. If it is seen to represent the Palestinian cause for land rights and freedom, and there is something of a political vacuum, right, other political parties representing this cause, then sadly there are likely to be further waves of militancy in future which I assume no one wants, and the actions of Israel are going to compound that. This motion therefore calls on our government, or any future government, to take more responsibility to firstly facilitate an immediate ceasefire in order to release hostages and to get humanitarian aid into Gaza urgently. And furthermore, to make a more serious effort, starting now, to work for long-term political settlement that gives the people of both Israel and Palestine the hope for a peaceful future. The world cannot keep kicking this can down the road. There is a real danger that the conflict could spill over into the wider region and even beyond. And we've already seen some evidence of that with ships being attacked in the Red Sea. In the medium term, we're likely to see increased refugee pressure on the rest of the Middle East and Europe and the UK, as so many Palestinians will have no homes or hope to go back to. Also, locally, the actions of Israel have stoked anti-Semitism, as some people wrongly conflate being Jewish with being pro anything the Israeli government does and the IDF does, just like some people wrongly conflate being Muslim with supporting Hamas. As I say, this is already having repercussions with a rise in hate crime in the UK, both towards the Jewish and the Muslim communities and towards individuals. For that reason, I have had some concerns about my personal safety in declaring my Jewish heritage and in proposing this motion. However, when I knew that Councillor Habib Barbahai was seconding it, I felt more confident, because this reinforces the message that whatever our backgrounds, ethnicity or religions, we agree this situation cannot continue and the killing has to stop. We also all have a role as community leaders in speaking across these racial and religious divides and attempting to reduce tensions in our communities whenever possible. It feels very relevant to bring this motion to full council at this time of year, when we wish for peace and goodwill to all men. And likewise, I urge you to support the motion with those sentiments in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Habib, where are you in the room? Habib is seconding it.
Indeed, happy to second it, very happy to second it, and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, Habib. So let's open up for comments from members on this motion, please. Would anybody like to comment on this motion? No. One. Yes, John.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I didn't know, Helen, actually, that you were, oh, Lordy. Am I too close to the speaker? Let's try that. How's that? Turn that one. How's that? That's better. Let me go and sit over here, shall I? Is that better? That's better. Yes, so firstly, I didn't know, Helen, well, I don't think you've spoken in the past, but I'm very surprised to find you're Jewish, and you're very brave to stand up and speak today, and well done for that. Habib, obviously, I've known for many years now, and know his background well, and I now understand why the proposer and seconder, because I couldn't quite work that out beforehand. So I think it's good news that you've come together to put this forward. I have to say, if you'd asked me this question a month ago, I would have voted against what we're asking for today, because clearly we need to remove this, the Hamas element, as it is at the moment. Clearly what happened in October in Israel is absolutely abhorrent. No one in their right mind would agree with Hamas doing what they did. And they clearly need to be squashed in however way that works. My view 2 months ago would have been let's do that, not at any cost, however. I think now things have changed. The Netanyahu and his government's position on this, I thought, was a two-state solution. He and many of his fellow members of his parliament have said that it no longer is what they want. I don't know, and I don't think that is what all the Israeli people want. It's clearly a very right-wing government. And in my opinion, I think the two-state solution is probably the only way. I can't think of another solution, and I'm sure it would be a very difficult one to arise at. It's going to be even more difficult if we allow this war to continue as it stands. I cannot see, I mean, again, 2 months ago, I saw the point. I'm beginning to not see the point. I don't really see how we can continue with that is as it is. And I fully support this motion, which is a surprise to me today, but it is fully support, and I'm very happy to do that. And I think it will be nice to see, albeit that perhaps Somerset's council's view would have little impact on the situation. But if we can do our very small part, particularly at this time of year, then I think we should, and I fully support it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, John. I see no other comments, right? I do now. There's some hands going up. Diego, you caught my eye first. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't want to say too much, but I just feel like in my heart I do have to say something. I feel quite strongly about what's happening in Israel. So many of us in this room, no doubt, do. I have my partner's family, part Jewish, mother-in-law's parents, father and his side of the family, they fled the Nazis as well. The attacks on the 7th were absolutely horrid. And 3 days later, my cousin who lives near the Gazan border and her 2 children were airlifted by the Portuguese military and taken to Portugal for safety. I feel hugely about this issue. However, I also feel so strongly that it is not the place of a council to make decisions or make recommendations about foreign policy. That is for our elected members of parliament. I would much rather have seen some sort of resolution that puts our ideas or sentiments solely to our MPs to raise in parliament. I feel so strongly. I shan't vote against nor for, but I shall be abstaining.
Okay, thank you, Diego. We're now going to Brian Smedley.
Thank you very much. I'll certainly be voting for this, and I welcome the introduction of this motion. Removing the Hamas element has now led to 20,000 deaths in the Israeli Defence Force response, 70% of which are women and children. That's well over the top of the kind of response you'd have expected for a country defending itself, which it had to do after the 7th of October attacks. There's been vigils and demonstrations across Somerset and most of the towns of Somerset. I attended one in Bridgewater this week, organised by the Peace Group and by the Trades Council. I think we should be supporting this, and everybody across the country should be supporting this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian, for your comments. We'll go to Graham Oakes, please. Graham.
Thank you, Chair. It's rare that an event actually has the effect that the attacks of October the 7th had on me. I found it hard to believe watching the coverage coming in. Not the fact that Hamas had attacked Israel again, but the fact that the way that that attack was carried out, the murdering of babies, reminded me of events of 100 years ago and in our various European wars. I'm not at all surprised at how Israel reacted. However, their level of stupidity is mind-blowing. If you really want to keep a war going, there's nothing like going in and killing a lot of young men whose younger brothers or sons or daughters then pledge their life to fight you. Fighting rarely solves anything. And in this case, there are only victims. I think the politicians on both sides personally should be going to jail. I'd like to see the leadership of Hamas tried. I'd like to see the leadership of Israel tried, because I believe they've broken international law. The right to defend yourself doesn't involve how far they've gone. And I'm really pleased that this motion has come before this council tonight. I have to disagree with my friend across the chamber there. It was Burke who said, I think it was Burke who said, all it takes evil to triumph is for good men to stay silent. And Diego, you are meant to be a good man. You cannot stay silent. Everybody should speak up on an issue like this. We cannot leave it.
Graham, we don't name members like that, I'm afraid.
I meant it in a friendly manner, and he knows me, I think, well enough to know that. I would welcome if this was a unanimously passed motion on the grounds that it really matters. And it will be a stronger message to send to our MPs, who can then do their job. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, we don't, sorry, Graham, we don't name members like that, I'm afraid. That's not how we play the game.
Sorry, Chair, I was
let's
quite
just go-
impressed I could remember it, to be honest.
Let's go to Connor. You're next, Connor.
I just wanted to put it on the record. I will be abstaining from this today, purely because I do not feel as though I am at all qualified to be able to talk on international matters like this. I came into local politics to deal with potholes and bins. I didn't want to come here and talk about, and I mean this in a genuinely respectful way. I do not feel as though I'm at all qualified. I look at the news, I see it every morning. I do not know the situation well enough. I cannot vote on something I don't know a great deal about. But also working in a school, something like that as well. I've got students and I would hate to place myself in a certain situation on such a complex thing. So I wanted to put it on the record. I'll always fight against anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. It's deplorable, but for the record, yes, abstaining for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Connor. Mark, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. It's a very emotive subject of this, of course, and it takes a lot of guts, I think, to stand, sit there and say how you feel. But ladies and gentlemen, also, there's another conflict going on in the world, isn't there? It's called Russia and Ukraine. What I've not heard today in this chamber, through you, Chairman, is them condemning the Russians for the slaughter, the murder, etc. I won't go into the wording of that. So am I allowed to make an amendment? Because I will not vote on this. I'm ex-military. I fought for this country, so I've got a moral way of going about this. So can I put an amendment in? Are we going to condemn Russia as well at the same time?
Chair?
Just a second, Mark. Yes, Theo.
Is it not the case that amendments needed to be put 2 clear working days before the meeting?
Just bear with us a second, members. We're getting the legal on this one. Just bear with us. Yeah. So, Mark, we've just got a view here from the monitoring officer for you.
Well, amendments to the motion can be put without notice. I think in this instance, it's too far removed from the substantive motion. It's introducing. Apologies. While amendments to the motion can be introduced without notice, those amendments need to relate to the substantive motion. I think to introduce another conflict or another unrelated issue is too far removed from the original motion to do so at this time.
So through you, Chairman, if I may come back, because I say it's a very emotive subject, and I do feel very strongly about this one. So what we're saying is in this chamber, if you're going to vote for this, you can vote for a ceasefire in Palestine, can you? But we can't vote for a ceasefire in a war-torn country of Ukraine. I find that not quite right.
Yeah, I'm going to move on, Mark, but the decision, you've heard the decision. I'm going to move to Mandy, please. Bring Mandy in.
I was just going to suggest before much more is said that the motion's put, Chair.
Is there a seconder for that, Mandy?
I would be happy to second that. I don't know how many people you've got on your list and whether any new substantive points that would make a difference to the debate are going to be put.
I'm happy to
But
move
I'm happy. We've had some very good speeches. I wonder whether Councillor Farberhey would like to.
We'll move it. I'll bring in Habib to say, yes, Habib, would you like to sum up, please?
If I may, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm actually grateful to Helen for bringing this timely motion to our council and her passion to see an end to this tragic war, especially as a person of Jewish faith and heritage. It is truly exemplary. Life is precious, especially human lives, whether you're a Christian, Jew, Muslim, Hindu, or a person of no faith. The humanity within us demands that we all work proactively together to bring about a lasting peace, especially in the birthplace of most religions, Jerusalem. There are no justification for violence, as it has no religion, ethnicity, or morality. It is the betrayal of our basic humanity. The Hamas-led attack on Israel on 7th of October has to be condemned. So does the constant bombardment of innocent men, women, and children in Gaza. This war has to stop. The carnage against innocent people on both sides has to stop. I urge my colleagues to work hard with our parliamentary representatives to bring an end to this tragedy. I ask the chair of this council, on behalf of all people of Somerset, to write to the Prime Minister in support of this motion. Wars are lose-lose scenarios. Peace is a real commitment to each other, to work and live together for the sake of our children and grandchildren. As a Persian poet Sa'di stated, human beings are members of a whole, in creation of one essence and soul. If one member is afflicted with pain, other members uneasy would remain. If you have no sympathy for human pain, the name of human you cannot retain. Mr. Chairman, can we please observe a moment of silence for all innocent lives lost in this tragic? Thank you.
Thank you, Habib. We're just taking some advice. Just 1 second, member.
So thank you, Chair. Just be clear, so everyone's sure what's just happened. Councillor Chilcott proposed a closure motion that the vote be now put, which would move us to the vote if it was seconded, which it was by Councillor Evans. We should have had a vote at that point on the closure motion to see if Council wants to curtail the debate. So we need to take a vote on the closure motion. If the closure motion is carried, there will be no more debate. We will go to Councillor Kay to sum up, because Councillor Habib, thank you, has already made his comments. If the closure motion isn't carried, we will then go back to the order of questions, which I think the next speaker was Councillor Lovell. If the closure motion is carried, then no more speakers will get, no more members will get to speak apart from Councillor Kay as a proposer.
Thank you, members.
For clarity, Chair, I think my comment was I'd be happy to second, but I'd like to hear from Councillor Farber first. And so I now formally second the proposal to close.
Okay, so we're going to vote on the closure motion then, members. Okay, so those in favour of the closure motion, please raise your hand. Any against, please? Any abstentions? 2, 3. Okay, thank you. That's carried. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Helen. Sorry for the delay. Can we come back to you to sum up as proposer? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for all your comments. I don't have much to add because I think the motion stands on its own. I'd just like to say that I'm not the kind of person to go on demonstrations. I have in the past, but I don't anymore. So I think that a motion from a grassroots organisation like Somerset Council that represents the people of Somerset, that is taking this message to our government by writing a letter to Rishi Sunak and possibly David Cameron, that this is an important thing that we can do to say, and it might help them, nudge them to actually make more of a stand and get the government off the fence. And as for the impact of this war and how it might spread, I think that it's enlightened self-interest to see an end to the war because of the ramifications that this could have around the world. Okay, thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you, Helen. Thank you, members, for the way you've discussed that. So we're going to the motion. Those in favour of the motion, please raise your hand. Thank you. Those against the motion? And those abstaining, please. Thank you. So that's carried, isn't it? That's carried. And I'm happy, with Habib's request, if members are happy, please, to stand in a minute's silence to reflect your request, Habib. Thank you, members. We'll start the minute. Thank you, members. Okay, moving on to item 12 then. And we've got reports for information. This is the report of the leader and executive. So I'm going to hand over to Bill now to introduce the report. Over to you, Bill.
Only to briefly and formally introduce the report, which contains the decisions that have been taken by executive, by lead members and officers. And as always, we welcome questions or comments. Thank you.
So thank you, Bill. If I can invite questions and comments from members to the executive then, please. Yeah.
Might I suggest you move down the line, but leave Councillor Darch till last.
Okay, let's thank you, Bill.
Annual report.
We'll start with Liz then. Questions to Liz, please. Who is that? Marcus, I think you were up first, young man.
Yeah, I've got a question for Bill, actually, if you don't mind. So, and I mean no disrespect what I'm going to say, right, but about a month, no, because I've already asked Bill the question, but I want it made public. And I really do want to make this public because a month ago or 2 months ago, you sent out a letter asking parish councils to do more. You're asking parish councils to take on more responsibility for grass cutting, street cleaning, taking on parks, taking on everything. And our town clerk, Dave Farah, tried to have engagement with this council. And when he talks about street cleaners, he gets told that, oh, you don't need to do anything about that because ID Verde got the contract to 2015, so you won't need to take that on. When it comes to green spaces, you don't really need to do anything because we've carried that on. And it just seems that who's actually running this council? Is it you or is it your officers? Because there just seems to be mixed signals coming out of this council to say, you're asking one question for parish councils to take on more responsibility and get on and do things. But then on the other hand, we're being told, don't worry about it. We'll take care of that. We'll do this and we'll do that. So it just seems that the left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing. And we're really confused at Wellington. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you so much for your question, and I thank you for your assurance that there was no disrespect involved in that question at all. Yeah, I fully take on board the point around devolution. We've had the comment that we're both moving too fast and too slowly today, so that probably averages it out a little bit. I don't know. I do take on board if you are getting mixed messages from our officers. We'll happily take that up. And make sure that we get a response. I'm obviously not in a position to comment on a conversation that your town clerk has had with officers at the moment, but we are in a position where we have extant contracts that we won't be able to get out of instantly. But if we can adjust them, and so parish and town and city councils can take on those responsibilities, then that's exactly the agenda that we should be moving to. So thanks so much for your question.
Thank you, Marcus. Any more questions for Bill? No questions for Liz? Yes, Michael.
Thank you. I think this is for you, Liz. I'll just get this a bit nearer. The funding you mentioned for Spark and the CA, sorry, I'm feeding back here. But you didn't mention any funding for the Centre for Sustainable Energy, the CSE, who we are hopefully funding this year.
and next year and into the future. Can you comment if there's any funding for that organisation?
I think probably, Chair, my comment is that we have to wait for January to see what comes forward as we start to get towards setting a budget. I realise there will be a number of organisations concerned at this stage. I don't know whether Federica can help at all through communities. I know Chris Phillips, one of our officers, has done a tremendous amount of work both before and since vesting day in establishing exactly what each of the predecessor councils did fund in the way of grants. And some of those were very straightforward and some of them were not. I don't know, Fed, whether you can come in at all with any further information at this stage.
I think it's best to take it away and I'll find out the detail and come back and provide a written response.
Thank you. Thank you, Martin. Diego.
Yeah, just a quick one. I'm happy to get a written response to this. We should have the information to hand. When following on from a question from Richard Brown earlier about council tax collection, when I sat on Sedgemoor scrutiny, we often yearly got the kind of council tax collection rates. I just wondered, is it possible to have that, whatever information you have from previous district councils yearly distributed for us to have a look at?
Chair, that will be in each of the district councils' corporate performance monitoring reports. That's where I used to see it at Mendip quarterly. So those performance reports every quarter from each of those councils should be available. I'm quite sure that someone, maybe not me, but somebody could put those figures together. And I know that we have talked about in the future considering how we can better report to scrutiny and executive and full council on fees, charges, collection fund. I think there's a huge amount of interesting detail for us because now that we're a council providing all of those services, we've obviously got a much wider range. And I think at districts, if I recall correctly, from my time at Mendip, that was one of the most interesting things. And over COVID, particularly car parking income and then how government covered that with grants was of particular interest. So we didn't get it. It stayed at the county. No, we did get some. We did get some grants that covered car parking, but it was only 75% of what we were putting as lost income. But I think you're absolutely right that there is a piece of work to be done in how we monitor fees and charges and the collection fund. I think that's one actually for Sarah Cretney in her work. And I'm very happy to, I think I've got performance in my job title. So I think you are talking to the right person and I think I need to do more. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Any more questions for Liz? Yes, Connor.
Sorry, just one. I don't know if it's for you, Liz, really, but my parish councils have been told sort of, oh, we've been asked to put up the precept by so much next year. I'm just wondering if there's anywhere that's been sort of publicly made available, i.e. how much is Somerset Council telling our parish councils to put up the precept by? I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know, excuse my naivety if that's the case, but it's an odd thing to be told sort of we've been asked to put up the precept by this. I can seek clarification and come back to you on what they mean by that, but I was just wondering, is Somerset Council telling parish councils what they, or advising them what they should be doing? Thank you.
I'll just pick that one up. City, town and parish councils are their own sovereign bodies. We would not tell them how to set their precepts. What we have advised them is that there may be services that we currently provide that we will be discontinuing next year. And if they are interested in taking them on to have that dialogue, there was a suggested list of services of which to have a dialogue about, and it was an invitation to be partners. However, I would stress they are sovereign bodies. We are not telling anyone to put their precept up. What we are is advising them is that if they wish to take over a service that we can no longer carry on, then they would be wise to have precept for that eventuality.
Thank you, Bill. Moving on then, no more for Liz. Let's go for questions for Ros, please. Any questions for Ros? No hands. We're missing Dixie at this stage because we're going to come on to the next. So we're going to you, Adam. Any questions for Adam? Yeah, we're going to come back. She's got on the agenda in just a second. Any for Adam? No. Tessa, anything for Tessa? No. Mike, anything for Mike? Dean, anything for Dean? Yes, Andy.
Chairman, can I,
We don't know how relieved Mike is.
we'll acknowledge the Christmas present we've all just given. Chairman, can I just say thank you to Mike Rigby for answering all the questions in previous meetings, but we are saving them all up for Richard at the next meeting, which is why we've all been quiet today.
Well done, David. Over to you, Andy.
Thank you, Chair. And a question in kind of three parts triggered by one of your comments to one of our public speakers earlier today. You mentioned the Newton Europe costs were guaranteed by Newton to return 1.3 times the initial diagnostic costs. Are those diagnostics will lead to improvements and changes we need to make within the council? Those will incur transformation costs. Are those transformation costs costed into the current budget or at risk of cuts in the coming budget? Following on from that, if we do not action the recommendations that Newton present to us, are we still liable for those costs and therefore not liable for the savings because we're not acting on them because we don't have the transformation budget to make the improvements? And if that transformation budget is at risk at the moment, at what point will we find out so that officers' energies, time and energy, can be redirected to other important tasks?
Okay, but the transformation, I'll do it in reverse. The transformation program is regularly monitored its scrutiny. Okay, so I'll let you know that for sure. The costs are in the current budget. Okay, and I can tell you that we are on track at the moment to deliver those savings. And what was your second one?
The second question was if there's recommendations that we don't feel we can afford to make, are we still liable for Newton's bill? Because they've made the recommendation, they've done their work, we've just not actioned it. So the guarantee that you mentioned earlier wouldn't necessarily apply there.
I can understand your second bit, but I think actually at the moment we're okay. I don't think there's a problem. I understand where you're coming from, and it's something that I've actually regularly talked about, but I think we're actually okay for that. So I think we're fine.
Thank you, Dean. Any more for Dean, members? No, we'll move down the line to Fed. Any more for Fed? Yes, Faye.
Thank you. And Fed, I hope this is you and I didn't miss it being Ros. It's about the Octagon Theatre. As one of the local members for the theatre, I am inundated with questions from residents asking, please, can we have it reopen? So just some indication as to whether there's any plan at all to reopen the doors while whatever else is going on is going on. And then the second part to that is really about the process under which it closed. My understanding is it closed. We had some surveying work done, and having had a tour around there, that was extremely destructive surveying work. One, why did we go ahead with that destructive surveying work at a time when interest rates were already high, and then the subsequent decision was based on interest rates? And two, is there any recourse on the company that did that work? Did they need to be as destructive as they were? And I appreciate you probably can't answer those questions now, but I'd really appreciate some kind of indication for residents on the first half and just a bit of detail about how we got to where we are on the second points. Thanks.
So in relation to the first question, when will the Octagon reopen? We don't have a definitive date, but we are working alongside partners such as DCMS, with Arts Council England and with the Yeovil Town Council to look to see what we can do in relation to getting that reopened and what the kind of final figures would look like. In relation to and I will keep you up to date and make sure that the team keep you up to date as well. In relation to the closing and the surveying, we were working to the business case that was there at that time, and it was the right, in my view, the thing to do to look at what needed to be done internally. I can look at the contracting arrangements with regards to recourse, but I don't think that, this is my personal view, there would be any, because they were doing what they were instructed to do by us, but I can take that offline and update you.
Thank you, Faye. Thanks, Fed. Gwyl.
Thank you. A question for Federica. At community scrutiny last week, we had a very interesting presentation on rough sleeping, and the key takeaway for that was actually the role of prevention in stopping people getting anywhere near the streets in the first place. And then the point was made that, of course, prevention, that part of the work that we do, is non-statutory. And actually, our statutory responsibilities kick in far too late for the individual. So returning to my earlier theme about, well, what happens after the agony of the next 18 months? We're getting straws in the wind about money for the voluntary sector and the charitable sector. And it occurs to me that this new slimmed down council that we're looking forward to is actually going to be highly dependent on this voluntary and charitable sector on the other side. And so therefore, any decisions about reducing their funding at the current time have to be taken with a view to their long-term survival. Because if they're not there and we're down to the sort of bare bones, or there's just the head of the skeleton left, then there's going to be, the landscape in Somerset is going to be, well, a wasteland. So I think, and I'm not underestimating at all the decisions that are going to have to be taken in cutting back and reducing it and cutting our cloth and balancing the budget and this kind of thing. But what I would ask is that any decisions, particularly taken affecting bodies outside Somerset Council itself, really do take account of the long-term plan and the long-term implications. Sorry, this is a bit more of a statement rather than a question for Federica. So I would just, in order to tailor it with a question, I would like her view on that as the portfolio holder or executive member. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gwyl. Carry on, Fed.
Gwyl, you raise a really important question here, because we see the pressures in Somerset Council in relation to care, where we are a unitary authority, but we are also seeing, I guess, across the country in district councils, there being pressures in relation to homelessness, and we are facing those here. We do have a housing crisis in Somerset. We are seeing increased numbers of people presenting to us, and we are not seeing the support from national government in supporting us to face those challenges, both in the wider economic picture as to the challenges people face in keep making ends meet, but also then the support, we do get support grants in relation to doing rough sleeping, but it's not enough, and we're not getting that money to do further prevention work that I think should be key. I think as a council, we need to keep the scrutiny on our homelessness provisions so that all of us as members are aware of quite the impact on our population, so that when we're walking up our high streets and seeing rough sleepers, they're not necessarily those that perhaps have been stereotypically there in the past. We've got people coming to us who are low income, not facing addiction and needing further support because it isn't there, and we are in need of the voluntary sector there to support them. So I'd like it if you as Chair of Scrutiny keep that pressure on, keep the eye on the numbers, challenge us as to what we're doing, but most importantly, all of us challenge our MPs to make changes to the economic situation that people face.
Thank you, Fed. Andy Soughton.
Thank you, Chair. Another question for Fed, really, on the Octagon Theatre, as I'm as paid opposite number in that division. As a councillor for Yeovil Town Council and Somerset Council, when do you intend to talk to Yeovil Town Council again about any of the proposals that may have been put forward so far?
I know that officers have been there recently, Andy, so thank you for the question. I'm more than happy to pop along to any public meeting that you have, or for us to go offline and for me to come along alongside Chris Hall and Liz Dawson to talk to you about what we need to do there.
Thank you, Fed. That's all. So any other questions for Fed, please? No. Okay. So members, we're coming up to 4 hours we've been here. So under the Constitution, I've got to get your permission for us to extend for half an hour. Are you all happy we haven't got long to go here, guys, but are you happy for us to carry on over far and above 6 o'clock? Is everybody okay with that? Yeah, brilliant. That's fine. That's good enough for me. Lovely. We don't have to take a vote. I'm told we don't have to take a vote, so we can carry on.
Chair, I was just wondering whether we could have that any lower, and I don't want to have a higher lower debate with
Yes.
I know you can do a great ball.
We won't be too much longer. Okay, questions for Theo, please, members. Thank you, Sue.
Thank you, Chairman. It's a question for Theo because it's sort of HR related, but it also might knock into planning, so it might overlap with Ross. I recently had an out of office reply from one of the planning team from South stating that they will only worked a 4-day week. So I'm curious to know how many officers do we have in total working a 4-day week? How many do we have in planning, bearing in mind the enormous pressure we are under in planning South? And are you intending to follow the example of South Cambridgeshire Lib Dem Labs Council, which brought in a 4-day week?
The first two questions, I'm perfectly happy to get a written answer for you, Sue, on the exact numbers. I don't have them to hand. But no, we're not proposing to introduce a 4-day week across the council.
Thank you, Theo. And in terms of officers in the planning department on a 4-day week, I'm afraid that does fill me with concern. And I just have to record it again, Ross. I recently was copied into a reply over a stall planning application. And again, it is resourcing in the planning team, particularly in South, that I'm increasingly concerned about because it is causing stalling of applications. A very important business one that is critical to my division has actually been stalled to an extent that they may seriously consider whether they have or have in a future here. And I gather it is something of concern to businesses.
Thank you, Sue. I just need to bring in the chief executive just for 1 second to follow that, Sue, before I bring in David. Thank you.
I'd just like to clarify, and thank you for the opportunity, Chair. The council has no one working 4 days instead of 5, which is, I think, the model you were taking from that. The council has many people who work part-time. Some of them will work 4 days a week, but they're being paid for 4 days a week. That is their contracted hours. So we have no one who is paid for 5 days a week and only working 4 days a week. We may have some colleagues on compressed hours, so they are still doing all the hours, but maybe over a different pattern of days. But we haven't got anyone who's on the experimental 4-day week instead of 5, just for clarity. And I accept the comments that Councillor Osborne made about difficulty in recruiting in qualified planners particularly. Yeah, we will keep doing our best to do that.
Can I just come back on that? It doesn't seem as though the problem is necessarily recruiting. It's the problem perhaps retaining or extending the contracts of those we've got. Because it looks like we're going to be losing 2 more planners, experienced people in planning South imminently. That has been going on for quite some time. And as I say, I am concerned the impact on our performance figures, and that if we fall short or we see people going to appeal because they cannot get a decision, then that could impact on our performance with government and the risk we could wind up with the planning department in special measures.
Okay, thank you, Sue. That's that's certainly noted. David.
Thank you. It's one for Theo, but I don't think it's the work for Theo to work. But could I just ask for a review of starting these meetings at 2 o'clock, particularly in the winter? It just feels that we're going to finish at 6:30 after a 4.5-hour meeting. We've got some people who are going to have to drive 2 hours home in the dark, which could be very bad weather in the winter time. I do think that we need to review the start time for these meetings, particularly for winter. For the winter hours, and it would seem to be more sensible to have a morning start between the clocks going back and the clocks going forward. I don't mind, but it just feels tonight there's going to be a lot of very tired people driving home in quite poor conditions.
Thank you, David. I think I can take that. I think the monitoring officers need to take that away and consider those options. Okay, if it helps. Oh yeah, Alan. Sorry, I nearly forgot you, Alan. How could I? Over to you, Alan.
Not a good time to be a councillor, I don't think. At times I find it very frustrating. I've got particular issues a lot with highways.
I live in a rural area, and it's very often forgotten the rural areas. There's so much that ain't quite right at the moment. And it'd be very nice to speak to people, rather than leave a message and nothing happens. All you get is more moans and groans. I have to be honest, you know, it's not a happy time to be a councillor. The last 3 months, I'm involved in planning at Sedgemoor. I've been a councillor for 16 years. I'm quite a man of the people. I know a lot of rural people, and I know a lot of urban people as well, but the rural area has been let down left, right and centre because of maintenance. It hasn't just started now, it's been an ongoing problem, but it has got worse in the last little period of time. I don't throw no stones at anybody in their jobs. It's a difficult situation to handle. But I think it's about time we got back. The more people using their hands, like it used to be years ago on the roads, in doing some of these things. Everybody's around sat in a van, pressing the computer and doing this and doing that, and nothing gets done. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, that's the way I feel. I'm a practical man, and if I had a budget in the villages to go around and sort things out within 3 months, by God, they'd look a lot different than it does now. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Alan,
And
for
a
your
Merry
comment.
Christmas to you all.
Merry Christmas to you, Alan. Merry Christmas to you. Thank you for your thank you for your comments. Okay, I think that's all questions for exec members. So council does note that report. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, we are moving on now to agenda item 12, which is the annual report of lead member for environmental and climate change. Hence, Andy, we've got the chance now to ask Dixie questions. So I'm going to hand over to you, Dixie, to take the floor. Over to you, Dixie.
Does anyone, I hope members have read the report, and if you haven't had time, then some good Christmas reading, Boxing Day perhaps. Happy to take any questions, and if I can't answer anything on the spot, I can always have a conversation afterwards.
Thank you, Dixie. I'm going to go to Andy first because he had his hand up previously. Thank you.
Very much, Chair. Thank you very much. So it's a question actually about papers that came out recently about the removal of provision of sandbags for residents across the county. So one of the things I noted is a question in 2 parts. One of the things I noticed was under community safety considerations, the report stated that there was no impact on community safety, which felt a little counterintuitive to me. Sandbags were provisioned for the safety of communities. What was also missing from the report was any sort of impact statement or risk assessment. So I presume that was done. Would it be possible to share the risk assessment that led the paper to say that there's no impact on community safety? The second part of the question is the paper also confirmed a strategic stockpile of sandbags would be maintained for Somerset Council assets. Could you confirm whether or not the housing stock that we own counts as Somerset assets, both in homes in Sedgemoor and in the west of the county, and how the council might avoid the perception of a postcode lottery when it comes to safety for flooding for others not in those regions where we don't own the housing stock? Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. I'm very happy to talk about sandbags for quite a long time, as my colleagues know. So, as a new council, we do not yet have a policy on sandbags. The 4 districts operated different policies, and the county council didn't have a policy. We have been listening to feedback that has come through, given that decision paper that went out, and as a result of that, we're in the process of producing a community flood resilience options appraisal, and there will be a number of options on the table. I do want to talk about some of the problems with sandbags, though, because I think they're often perceived as kind of what you do when it floods, and there are some issues with sandbags. So following the 2007 floods, the PIT review concluded that sandbags have limited effectiveness in protecting properties, and the Environment Agency currently recommends purpose-made flood protection products as a much better alternative. Some of the problems include the fact that sandbags degrade quite quickly, and we've had those degrading in depots. They make kind of a terrible mess and you can't do anything with them. They do leak water, they're heavy to move, and they can trap sewage and contaminated water.
However, they are much cheaper than flood protection products. So by those, I mean things like flood barriers, self-closing air bricks, all of those kinds of things. And they can help divert water from driveways and provide short-term protection. The key issue is that if householders and businesses are going to use sandbags, they need them before or at the beginning of a flood event. So the model of collecting filled bags from a council depot or delivering them when roads are flooded and demand is high over a wide area, quite possibly at 4 o'clock on a Sunday morning when we haven't got officers in the office, is unlikely to be effective even if we had those resources. We want to work with communities to support them, increase their resilience and preparedness. The Somerset Prepared Grant Scheme provides local communities the opportunity for funding for resilience schemes for local needs. For example, Martock has had hydro snakes. In Sandford Brett, they've had sandbags and storage sheds and shovels. And I also know that there's excellent multi-agency work in some parishes involving the Farming and Wildlife Advisory Group, the Environment Agency and local farmers looking at ways to minimise flooding through land management. So I think those things, those longer term things, rather than the sticking plaster, are really important. In terms of a potential policy, we've got a number of options on the table, including supporting parishes with the cost of sandbags through bulk purchase and ensuring parishes who want them have sandbags as part of their preparedness rather than reacting to a flood event. Currently, there is no budget for sandbags, so any decision will depend on finding those funds. However, despite the fact that there's no statutory requirement for councils to provide sandbags and the legal responsibility for flood protection lies with the homeowner, we are committed to supporting communities develop flood resilience in the face of climate-related flood events. So that's the first question. The second question is about council assets. I'm pretty sure that our council homes come under council assets, and therefore there would be that provision. And I'll kind of like check on that. I think in terms of a postcode lottery, I think, you know, so I've gone to the Somerset Prepared event for the last 3 years, and I would urge all of you to attend. I would urge your parishes to come up with emergency plans to get support from the civil contingency units to assess your risk, come up with emergency plans. And I know a number of members have been like really actively involved in supporting those communities when they've had really unfortunate flood events. But it is all about kind of being prepared, kind of rather than the kind of the you know, the kind of what we do afterwards. And we need to do that as well, but getting people prepared is the key thing. Okay.
Thank you, Dixie. Okay, let's bring in Sue.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm just referring to page 504, which is covering the Somerset Tree Strategy. And I was delighted that one of the groups in my division, Green Ilminster, was invited to present on their concept of a community woodland. So I'm delighted to see on page 504 that funding has been confirmed to create a new woodland on our own council land. Sites currently being identified. I sincerely hope that one of the sites you are seriously considering and one of the groups you are working with, and I know I have had meetings with staff and Green Ilminster, is actually that particular group to develop a community woodland as a pilot project in order to demonstrate to others just what can be achieved and how this strategy can be delivered. So I'm very much delighted and welcome seeing that on board. And I would be even more delighted if the group you selected was the group in my division and it was on part of the Donyat estate.
But not a question, I think.
I think it's more a statement, but I think what I'd love as well is what is your timescale for delivering that particular element of this strategy? So what is the type of timescale you are expecting the group and the officers working together to actually bring forth a proposal that can be taken through, a decision made, and if necessary, voted on as per your policy?
We have our 2 tree officers that have been funded by this for 2 years, and we hope that we might be able to get funding to extend that. They are working with a number of community groups. They are also working with our, I always want to call them ANOBs, but they're not called that anymore.
National Park.
National landscape groups, and the National Trust. So it's, some of it is about involving community, but not all of it. In terms of planting on council land, there's a great deal of work going on which relates to biodiversity net gain, phosphate credits and carbon sequestration. So we need to look at what is the most appropriate use for our council land, and we are working very closely with the assets team to ensure that we make the best decisions about that. And I will actually make no promises about that because it's not entirely in my court. The those are kind of joint decisions across directorates that need to be made, but I've definitely heard what you've had to say. Okay.
Thank you, Dixie, and I look forward to working on delivering this project with you.
Thank you, Sue. Thank you, Dixie. Mandy, can I bring you in, please?
Thank you very much. And just to pick up on the flooding, I think the challenge is preparedness is a real challenge. If you haven't been flooded in 40 or 50 years, you don't have those things to hand. And I will say there was some very inventive flood deterrents used when the floods happened, and I think all sort of went indoors to help protect. But my question actually is on the Somerset tree strategy. It's great to see that there's been some funding gained, but it seems to be mainly around woodland planting. For those of you who don't know, and I've said it lots of times, Minehead has more urban trees in the town than any other town in Somerset. Beautiful tree-lined avenue that's really central to the town. And my question really, there's talk here of urban tree planting sites. For me, we've got a lot of trees that have been cut down. They're just cut off. We've probably got 20 in the town and left. So my question is, if they are integral to an urban environment and well-being in our urban areas, is there a plan where urban trees are cut down, where they're absolutely integral, that they will be replaced as opposed to just finding lots of new places to plant? Thank you.
Thanks, Mandy. I know that the district councils had different policies about kind of replacement tree strategies, and in a way with the Somerset tree strategy, we're kind of looking a bit more holistically at that, and urban tree planting is part of that. So I think on the document, it talks about the Urban Tree Challenge funding and the work that we're doing to secure that. So there's quite a lot of mapping going on around open spaces, but in an urban environment, if you know what I mean, to look at what we can do about increasing urban tree planting. We have lost a lot of trees, especially around ash dieback and drought, and unfortunately we're going to continue to do so because some of the predictions are that some of our native species are not going to survive long term, the kind of extended drought that we have. So whereas we've always been looking at native trees before, that's always been the thing to kind of replant with, we might have to think differently. So there's not a policy around this tree comes out, we put one in immediately, but there is certainly work going on to look at urban tree planting and attracting funding for that. And planting trees in towns is more difficult, I think, than in on kind of like green spaces, but we very much recognise the benefits in terms of cooling, in terms of recreation, all those kind of advantages that urban tree planting brings.
If I could just respond, I just urge you to consider it. A lot of trees planted in our towns were planted, we'll say 100 years ago. If you don't have a replanting process in place and policy, you'll end up with none, as they will go one by one. So I just leave that with you. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy.
Five more people wanted to speak. We've got another paper after this, so I want to try and crank it up a little bit. But Fed, you wanted to come in quickly.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify something in relation to what was asked around the HRA and providing, I guess, a two-tier approach to Somerset residents. Just to remind everyone, the HRA is a ring-fenced account, so you've got to treat it like as if it was another registered provider. So if it was looking to provide sandbags, it would be doing so because it's the HRA providing it to its tenants to protect its own assets. So I'm not, we will take it away just to confirm what we do, but again, it's a choice for the HRA. And if we didn't protect those homes, we would probably be causing a damage to our assets and having to house those individuals elsewhere. But we've got to remember it's separate to the general fund and the provision that we do as a council to other residents.
Thank you, Fed, for clarifying. Okay, we're going to go to Helen. Thanks for your patience, Helen.
Right, thank you very much. I've got three questions and I'm happy to take written answers, but I would like to get them, please. First of all, under the tree strategy, when we were discussing it and it was open to consultation at scrutiny, I believe it was found to be weak on protecting existing trees and woodlands. And I'm just hoping that that has actually been addressed. We've got, for example, again, looking forward to where we are in the financial crisis, planning enforcement is non-statutory apparently. And at the moment where we've got people that chop down more than 5 cubic meters, I believe it is, of woodland, you can enforce against that if they haven't got planning permission to do it or change of use, I think. And if we don't have the enforcement officers, then we're not going to be able to protect that woodland. So it's just something in future to think about. Secondly, the paper says that councillors have been had training in biodiversity net gain. I don't believe that we have, unless I've missed it. And so it would be great if we did have training in biodiversity net gain, those of us that are on the planning committee. And lastly, I have already put a written question in about how we managed to get, as a council, a new unitary council, how we managed to get an A rating. It's in your first paragraph, I think, about how we managed to get an A rating for leadership on from the Carbon Disclosure Project for our performance in 2023, or was it our ambition? If it was our ambition and we've got great plans and strategies, that's one thing, but I'm just concerned about how that was actually assessed, what performance management measures were used. And I did write and ask several people for an answer, a written answer to that about 6 weeks ago, and I haven't had that yet. So it'd be great to find out how we got an A. Thank you.
Thanks, Helen. Dixie, would it help if you obtained written answers for Helen on those three questions? Would that help?
I think in the light of time, I could talk for quite a long time, but I just think in the light of time, and we've got more agenda items.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I've made a note of them, Helen.
Thank you, Dixie. Thank you. Let's go to Ros, please.
Thank you. Two quick things. First of all, BNG training as part of planning is coming to all members, I think, in January. It's has planning implications as well as the wider issue. And the second one is, we always talk about urban tree planting, but everyone who lives in a village, and I live in a community for the last 20 years where every time a tree is cut down with a planning application, a letter goes from the parish council encouraging, supporting appropriate tree planting in small gardens, medium-sized gardens in villages. And can I suggest the rural members here that you get your parishes to do the same? It does make quite a difference over a period of time, because you're talking about trees which have been planted a long time ago. If you take photographs of my community 100 years ago, there wasn't a tree in sight. You take photographs today and it's overwhelmed. I think trees do go in cycle and fashion, but I do recognise the point you were making.
Thank you, Ros. Thank you. Norman.
Thank you. Dixie, great report, good read, enjoyable. One of the pet subjects is, as far as I'm concerned, 240 hectares as a target of woodland planting. And you know me, I'm quite keen on woodland planting. Just reading a number of bits and pieces there, I couldn't readily put together how many hectares we've managed to achieve so far this year. Do you have any idea?
Let's do this. Actually, Norman, tracking the number of trees that we have planted is very, very difficult. And when I say we have planted, tracking the number of trees, the increase in tree cover or canopy cover in Somerset is very difficult. And one of the reasons for that is because there is tree planting going on by groups like Reimagining the Levels. There's tree planting going on private land. There's all sorts of things happening. And one of the things that at the offices that we have are not out planting trees. They're working at a strategy level, and one of the things that they're working on is a central website and hub where we can track all of that data and people can access information, and we can get a much better picture around tree coverage. So they are gathering data from like those kind of different groups and council related or council kind of directed planting. But one of the whole aims of the tree strategy is to be able to have much better intelligence and data on where we are with tree coverage. So I hope that in like a year's time, I'll be able to give you a much clearer answer. Okay. And the other thing is that those staff members came to us in July, so they're big. Whilst there is some planting going on in this season, they will be much more ready to get planting going in next autumn and winter, if you like.
Thank you, Dixie. We'll bring in Connor.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions really, and generally just say something that I'd quite like to hear. To note, when I was shadowing Sarah, I asked a question about how many trees we've been cutting down, or how many we're aware of through development that we've been clearing. I'm just wondering, I know you said that that's a very difficult figure to, to find, but whether or not there's anything on that yet, because it's been a decent while since I asked that question. I wanted to really thank as well the team in environmental services for the black bag trial that's coming to Chard. I think that's a really fantastic and interesting opportunity that I'll be really excited to see how it turns out as well. And I think that's worth noting as well. And as well, the response for flooding in Chard and Tatworth, we've had some really bad floods recently, and actually the work of local organisations such as Chard Area Resilience Group in clearing the drains in Chard has been phenomenal, and we didn't have anywhere near as bad of an impact a flood as we had in 2021. But no, I wanted to wish you all the best. I regret that I'm not able to shadow you due to other commitments. But thank you to the team for all the work as well. I really enjoyed working with you and our briefings as well. I would have liked to said that to Sarah Dyke, but I suppose like many of the residents of Somerton and Frome haven't seen her since she won the by-election. Thank you, everyone. Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Connor. Dixie, I think there was a question at the start.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I think that needs to be retracted and apologise for that. That's not acceptable.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
If you wouldn't mind, Connor.
Sorry, Chair, I redact and apologise for that remark.
Thank you. Dixie, I think at the start there was just one question amongst that.
In terms of like counting trees that have been removed, again, if it's on private land, we don't have kind of access to that. So I think it emerges around planning. But I've had several comments from people about tree removal and tree replacement, and I will definitely take that one forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dixie. Martin.
Councillor Evans got there before me. Surprisingly enough, I was going to defend Councillor Dyke.
Thank you, Martin. Okay, no more questions for Dixie. So the council, excuse me, is requested to note that report. So we're going on to the final item now, which is report of the scrutiny committees that you'd have all had in your pack. And I'll refer you to that report. I'm going to invite questions en bloc to the chairs of scrutiny, Lee Redmond, Martin Dimry, Will Rem,
Bob Filmer, Richard Wilkins is standing of him, and Jill Slocum, of which Graham Oakes is standing. And so we've got the 5 here. Have we got any questions for the chairs of scrutiny? We have. Let's start with David.
Sorry, it's now gone past 6:30. Do you need to extend the meeting again, Chair?
Don't think we do by the sounds of it. Mandy.
Thank you. I'll be very quick, and I know this is a very new format for the scrutinies. Everyone will know what a huge advocate of scrutiny in this council I have always been and will continue to be. I am just concerned at this sort of compressed presentation that their value, there might be things that they're voting on, etc., that are missed because they're not reported to us. And I have had a conversation, I think, with the leader offline to say, you know, quite often at the moment, scrutiny comments are not feeding through. I think the work they do is great. It's really valuable. And I hope that the momentum on that can be picked up again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mandy. Dave Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. I have to say, I too was surprised at the thinness of the scrutiny reports, considered what's been going on at those meetings. I've got I've got just a minor matter to raise, and I did raise it in advance of the meeting, hoping it could be dealt with outside of, but I've been told I need to mention it at the meeting to get it done. So it concerns the report on climate and place scrutiny. In the first paragraph and the second sentence, it says each of the meetings had a standing agenda item or a forward plan, etc. Well, actually, at those meetings, we've been asking for a forward plan and we haven't had a forward plan. So it's been a constant gripe ever since the meeting started, and including at the last meeting. So this is inaccurate, I'm afraid. It's the complete opposite of what the situation is. I did raise this before. The scrutiny manager said, you're quite correct. It needs to be deleted, and was happy to do so, but I'm told I need to mention it at the meeting today for that to be achieved. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. And I've just referred to David here, and he'll pick it up with the head of Democratic Services to ensure there's a forward plan going forward in those meetings. Thank you, Dave. Hilary Bruce.
Thank you, Chair. My question relates to the adults and health scrutiny, and in particular stroke services in Somerset. It's not mentioned in detail in the scrutiny report we have today, but at the last meeting, the Adults and Health Scrutiny Committee had a final presentation on the preferred option selected to go before the NHS Somerset Board in January 2024 for the acute hospital-based stroke services in Somerset. The committee felt very strongly that they have concerns that the proposal as it stands is not in the best interest for all residents of Somerset, and a letter was sent to the Leader of Council to ask him to make clear to the Somerset NHS Board that this decision needs to be delayed and other options considered. In the absence today of the chair of the Adults and Health Scrutiny Committee, I'd like to ask if the vice chair of that committee or the Leader of Council can confirm if a response has been given to that letter and what the response was, because I'm very concerned that we are running short of time before the decision is due to be made in January. Thank you.
Thank you, Hilary. Bill, would you like to take that, or do you want me to ask Graham?
Chair, just to say that the committee voted unanimously that I should send a letter to the Leader of the Council. That was done with the help of Jenny Murphy, and that letter was sent within 24 hours. Perhaps the Leader of the Council can tell us what's happened after he got the letter. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll pass that directly on to the chair of the Integrated Care Boards and to the Chief Executive at NHS Somerset, so that they were appraised of the views of the committee immediately. We had a meeting of the Somerset Board scheduled as a quarterly meeting a few days afterwards, and I raised it as chair of that board directly with them to express the concern that not only does stroke need fast intervention, it needs expert intervention, and that both those criteria need to be met for the residents of all of Somerset. And that was received. I believe I've seen an email come in during this meeting, which may be a direct response to that. And if that is the case, I'm happy to forward that on to the chair of that committee for dissemination. But as you're aware, this is a decision that NHS Somerset will make and we can influence, but our powers are unfortunately limited in their decision making.
Thank you, Bill. Let's bring in Steve.
That meeting was, my message was the same as that, but following the letter, I had a meeting with the lead stroke specialist in Yeovil, and he expressed exactly the same concerns, that this was ill-considered, and the option that was being put forward was not particularly supportable.
Thank you, Steve. Sue Osborne.
Thank you, Chairman. I think I endorse what previous speakers have said, that I don't think this report does full justice to the work that these scrutiny committees have done across all of them, particularly Climate in Place. It is inversely proportional to the excellent report that Dixie has just presented. So whilst I don't want to read through blow-by-blow accounts of minutes for the last 12 months, I don't want something that is so brief that it underplays the vitally important role that scrutiny plays in holding the council to account, assisting with formulating policy and giving grassroots members who are backbenchers a chance to engage with council processes and perhaps further their concerns and ideas on behalf of their residents. I do have a question for Martin Dimery though, and I'm afraid it's about the sandbag policy. And I'm curious to know why you chose not to bring this to scrutiny. Bear in mind that it would give concerns, particularly to low-lying communities, and in terms of how we are going to communicate with communities and potentially look at the option of, do we still supply for the next 12 months, but we actually do that as a transition period before we cease. So I'm curious to know, Martin, because it had time to go to scrutiny. You signed it off on about the 9th of September.
Thank you, Sue. Martin, do you want to answer that?
I'm sorry to contradict you there. I don't recall signing that off on that particular date. I thought it came to me later than that, but I mean, I'm prepared to look into that. I certainly did consider the matter from the point of signing it off. I listened to what Councillor Darch had to say about it. Reluctantly, I would prefer that we did provide whatever provision was necessary for flooding. I think under the circumstances of making budget cuts, I had very little choice other than to support that.
Thank you, Martin. Habib Farbahai. You're on. Oh, okay, no problem. Lee Redmond.
Thank you, Chair. It's a very quick comment, really, just in support of some of the comments that were made earlier about how seriously this council takes scrutiny. As one of the chairs looking around the room at the moment, as the desert of empty spaces, it's a little bit frustrated. And if anyone would, I apologise for anyone online who's looking to see the fact that this council potentially gives this much respect to scrutinies, etc. What I will ask, though, in relation to the report, I don't dispute the fact that we could make the report a little bit smaller, but perhaps it may be worth I'd ask bringing it to the chairs of scrutiny to have a look at how we can better represent the scrutiny committees at this meeting. Either that or we move it, as I did my forward work plan, to the beginning of the meeting, so that at least people will be here when we talk about it and decide. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Lee. We've got no other questions, so I'm going to note that report. And before we close the meeting, it just remains for me to say thank you for your patience today, members. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and thank you, Tessa and Mike, for your executive positions as you go on to other things. Thank you, members.